Our partners in this work really, I'm so grateful for our partners in this work, for Central Council, Spruce Root, Southeast Conference, and many more visionaries. I'm grateful for them because not only are they ready to serve and to do the work, but also because they are there to hold us in high expectations. They're there to hold USDA and the federal government in expectations to fulfill the promises timely and fully that have been made. And that is really where the work is. Everyone who comes from this land or comes to it and has fallen in love are champions not only for the land and the animals, but also for the people who have stewarded this culture and this synergy between the land and the animals and the people for time and millennia. And this is the place to begin this work, and this is the time. And I'm so deeply grateful to be here, to have a little bit of your time this morning. And I want you to know that even if one of my 47 programs in rural development that cover housing, business, and also community facilities, maybe they're not perfectly suited, but I will help you find programs and grants and monies, not within only USDA, but also across the board of federal programs, because I'm committed to rural Alaska. Thank you so much for your time. Great. I don't know if we can get there we go. Well, that's a hard act to follow. Thank you so much, Julia. One of the things that Julia heard is SAS going to work, and the sustainability strategy, which I will go over what that is only going to work because we're following in your footsteps. You guys are the leaders, and USDA is just trying to support the already amazing work that's going on around here. As I begin my talk, I'd like you guys to think of things that we can do better, more of, less of. What can the USDA do to support your efforts across Southeast Alaska? And we'll have a conversation about that at the end. But while I'm talking, think of the things that we could be doing more of or less of, so that we have some things to really focus on for our future work, because SAS is around to stay, and it's because we're going to be working together to make sure that happens. So what is the sustainability strategy? So last year in July, Secretary Vilsack announced the sustainability strategy for Southeast Alaska. It included 4 main components. He was directing USDA to engage meaningfully with tribes in consultation with tribal nations and Alaska Native corporations, and engage with partners and municipal organizations, but true meaningful engagement. The second component he announced was we were going to end large-scale old-growth timber harvest on the Tongass National Forest and focus our resources on supporting forest restoration, recreation, climate resilience, and sustainable young growth management. He proposed that we would restore the 2001 roadless rule. That's in the works now. And to kick it all off, he set aside $25 million of additional funds to invest in locally led, locally driven projects across Southeast Alaska. And that is going to be the focus of my presentation today, of how we're investing that initial $25 million. So we've had a year to figure out where to disperse those funds and how to disperse those funds. And it has been a lot of work and a whole lot of fun. The strategy is going to help advance economic, cultural, and ecological values and benefits throughout the region in a manner that is directed by local voices and builds on the region's private sector, the economic drivers of tourism, fishing, recreation. So this really is a pivot away from the logging economy that has colored this region for a long time. Next slide, please. So $25 million, how are we going to disperse that money across Southeast Alaska? We decided to take a different approach than a normal government program where we would have a request for proposals and a process that where you guys would have to fit your projects into our shoehorn your projects into our standards or our protocols. And we flipped it on its head. We did a diverse community engagement last fall. We had an open house with over 150 participants. I hope many of you were part of that. I see some of you out in the audience that I know were a part of that. And we asked, how should we invest these funds? And we created a public engagement portal for you guys to submit your comments or ideas, investment ideas to us. We got over 276 investment proposals valued over $270 million through that. And those proposals range from flushed out grant proposals to sentences of, we think this would be a good idea. Can you invest in this? And we took all of them into consideration. We went through a screening process. You can do the next slide. Where we had a group of the One USDA leadership really take a look and screen the proposals for quality, and then really getting down into things like, does the proposal include a strong set of partners? Does it represent a priority economic sector as identified by Southeast Conference and Central Council Tlingit and Haida's economic development plan for this region? Does it address critical community or capacity needs, or does it help increase capacity in Southeast Alaska? Does it meet the triple bottom line objective of the USDA and our partners of a commitment to ecological, economic, and cultural sustainability? And then the last one, really, we tried to take a look through an equity lens of, does the project address historic or structural decisions that have contributed to inequities across USDA programs in the past? That was a lot of work to go through 276 proposals. You can only imagine. But the next slide, please. Where we landed was looking at dispersing the funds in this manner. We said we were going to contribute about half of those funds to tribal and indigenous interests, a quarter of them to natural resources, mostly in restoration projects, $3 and a quarter million to infrastructure, and the other to community capacity. We had, you could do the next slide, which selected 70 projects to 32 organizations across Southeast Alaska. There's 2 pages of these lists of the projects that were selected and that are invested in. I'm not going to go through each one of them. You guys are all breathing a sigh of relief. When I look at these lists of projects, what I see is resilience, creativity, fortitude, hope, leadership, and initiative. And that's not from us. That's not from the USDA. These are your projects. These are your ideas that we get the good fortune of being able to help support. Let's do the next slide. So remaining projects. So like I said, $25 million, 70 projects, 32 organizations. We're getting half of those projects out through regional strengthening agreements. These agreements are, we're doing 3 agreements. Rural Development has an agreement with Central Council, Tlingit and Haida, and Southeast Conference. And the Forest Service has an agreement with Spruce Root to distribute $12.4 million, if we want to get into details of these funds, to those organizations for them to sub-award out to over 25 of those 70 projects. We're excited about these regional strengthening agreements. They are bridged together. We are asking for those 3 organizations to strengthen their already strong working relationships and providing them funds to build capacity in order to do so. So they can continue to serve the communities, diversify regional economic initiatives, and sub-award to some of the projects that you saw on the list there. It is a mechanism to deliver funds in a way that we have not done in Southeast before. And we are hoping it's a model, as Julia mentioned, to continue to deliver funding and support for the region over the years to come. Next slide. Was it easy? Was it easy, Ray? Desiree? There were barriers to success. There are some internal to the agencies and some external to just getting program delivery. Some of the internal barriers, we asked to identify these when we were engaged at the beginning, like what are the barriers to working with USDA? One thing we heard loud and clear was that the match requirements in the agreement process were onerous, and with 25 million to get out, it was a difficult lift for many organizations, small and large, to meet those matches. The Forest Service listened and reduced those match requirements. There's no longer a substantial cash contribution required for Forest Service agreements. In cases where match was not statutorily required, we have now increased the flexibility for match reduction, and we're doing that for many of the SAS agreements. We were asked through our public engagement process to make sure that mariculture and seafood was included in USDA programs. This included adding language into the food systems related grants and allowances for local and regional distribution of seafood products for families in need, and to amend language so that fisheries and mariculture, aquaculture, and seafood harvest are included with ranchers and farmers in USDA protocols. We heard from you that we need to improve coordination with Southeast Alaska tribal nations and Alaska Native corporations, and that these could be mechanisms that could be enhanced through the Farm Bill, the Native Act, the Good Neighbor Authority, and tribal conservation districts. And we know that we have challenges with some of the provisions and language and agreement templates that don't align to upholding trust responsibilities for the tribes. And we're working to amend those and work with you guys to make sure that the language fits those trust responsibilities. And then, of course, the barrier of always of working with the federal government and our processes and our mechanisms and our authorities. We're expending tax dollars and we have to account for those. And so just aligning some of these projects with the existing authorities to get funds out to our partners identified through SAS has not been easy, but we've really have a great team that's been making it work. So while some of you might think, well, where's the funding for some of these projects? Know that we have been working to kind of flip the model of making our procedures work for you and trying to take your ideas and make our procedures work for you. Making your procedures work for us, I guess is what I was trying to say we're not doing. We're trying to make our mechanisms work for the projects that were identified. Those are some of the barriers. So what's the strategy? It's not a written document. The sustainability strategy is an ongoing commitment to our Southeast Alaska communities and to the work that you guys have all been doing for a very, very, very long time. We're going to continue to work beyond our initial projects and incorporate sustainability strategy concepts into our regular agency programs and allocations. The vision is exemplified in the relationships we have and continue to build with our partners and tribes. So the strategy is to empower internal and external shared leadership within Southeast Alaska by aligning with regionally and locally developed strategies and priorities. So it shows the 2025 Economic Development Plan that I already mentioned earlier, the navigation and visioning services offered by Spruce Root, and the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. Regional strategies such as the tourism cluster work and other economic sector work by JEDC, the All Land Owners Working Group. Those are just examples. And we're going to continue to work to integrate all four aspects of the Secretary's announcement into the work that we do. What does SAS success look like? You know, if we're collaborating and capacity building across Southeast and showing up with our partners, to bring change, solutions, and results to the challenges we have today that we can't solve on our own. So having the Forest Service, Rural Development, and RCS just show up, be there, listen, and see what we can do to help support your initiatives. We'll help strengthen and continue to build our local relationships. There's an acknowledgement that each of us has a role to play in ensuring that Southeast Alaska is lifted up and that the people and the land can thrive. We want to be able to demonstrate success and the ability to overcome challenges with examples by taking the time to listen and work together to overcome those challenges. We want to take the opportunities to streamline and innovate. The federal government's not known for being quick or nimble, but some of the things that we're putting into place through those regional strengthening agreements are making us more effective in supporting you because we're putting those mechanisms in place, and they are going to be serving as a model for other areas of Alaska and other areas of the country, as Julia said. We want to take the opportunity to demonstrate success by having some of the projects that were selected define co-management and shared stewardship through implementing those projects and showing the work and developing new opportunities for shared stewardship and co-management. And we want to capitalize on the strength of the One USDA here in Southeast Alaska and invite other federal agencies to participate in the sustainability strategy here. So let's open it up now. How do we make the sustainability strategy stick? I would like to offer an opportunity for you guys to ask questions or ideas or solutions, but I'm just going to open it up to the group now.
Thank you. Great presentation. Rob Sanderson, Tlingit Haida, Executive Committee member. I'm looking at the group of people that you have in your picture up there. And sometimes I think you're talking to the wrong audience. Truly. There we go. Sometimes, you know, I've worked with the USDA and the Forest Service for about 22 years. Myself and another person worked on the Forest Service acknowledgement that happened here on Pendleton and a lot of others that were with the Forest Service at the time that are now gone. And I don't see the Forest Service holding up their end of the deal on that. When we held that Forest Service, when that acknowledgement when about the smokehouses being burned down throughout Southeast Alaska. I was raised by a very brilliant man that probably knows more about anything in Southeast Alaska than anybody sitting in this room. And a lot of people that know him know that. And I think, you know, you're saying all the right things. I'm listening to you intently, you know. You need to make it out and actually go to the village sites and see what you're actually working on. It's good to come to Juneau, Sitka, Ketchikan, wherever, but to truly make things work, go out and meet with the tribal councils out in the different areas, the different federally recognized tribes, and see what they're actually going through. You know, you guys got meth labs being, built on federal land. You know, what's being done about that? There's a lot of things that are happening that you guys ain't speaking about here. And you want us to hold you accountable, we will. And you're right, the federal government is slow to respond to a lot of things. You know, halfway through your administration, it'd be great to maybe just to see a quarter of what you present to even get done. Let's be honest about things now, you know. So just please, let's just get to the right audience. It'd be nice to see more of our other tribal leaders in that picture too. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. As a rural resident myself, I have before my entire life, before I became a federal official, which has only been in the last 6 months, I absolutely echo your sentiments about only seeing people go to the hubs of different regions. And it's not enough But I did have the opportunity to take our deputy undersecretary to Prince of Wales. And that was a really, as I mentioned, a very, very impactful trip for him, not only searching for the cell phone signal, but also seeing the housing conditions that people are living in, to hearing the stories of people on the ground, to understanding the challenges in the different regions and also the opportunities as well. So that is what I am also a big part of what I will commit to Alaska, is to bring as many people who are policymakers from all the way in DC here to Alaska to understand and to see the beauty, but also the challenges that we face here in our different regions. So I've also had the opportunity to bring national officials to the YK area, to up in the interior, to other places around Alaska. So I do really pay attention to my job as state director as all of Alaska, but we are paying a special focus here to Southeast. So I appreciate your comments and.
One more. Well, we don't want to get to meet them once a year. I do have the opportunity to say people that you mentioned, and I've echoed that to that same, my same comments. So, getting out to the villages and, and not just going to the main hubs in Southeast Alaska, going to the hubs is all good and well, but that's not truly where things are happening at in the hubs. You got to get away from your comfort zone, and actually see what's happening. A lot of things are on the rise: drug abuse, suicide. Everything ties into the environment. It may sound off topic, but it's not. I have a niece. I have a couple nieces that took themselves out of addiction and struggles through their culture, through artwork and whatever they went back to that they were taught when they were kids. And so. It's get out there and meet more tribal leaders, really. We're looking at a new administration pretty soon, and that would be.
Well, let's hope not.
So, but you don't know that. And me, I have a feeling that may happen, not to get political here, but you mentioned that the wheels, are running slow in the federal government. We have like 10, 12 applications sitting on the Interior's desk to put land in the trust for the last 15 years. They haven't moved. We're halfway through this administration. We were promised a lot of things. That hasn't changed nothing. What I'm saying is just the federal government needs to be more accountable on what they're saying. And so when you're telling us all these great things, well, let's see some fruition, some things happen in the future, because I ain't seen it yet. So that's all. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments, and taken to heart. We're really trying to work within our agency cultures to make sure the local relationships are built with the appropriate line officers, and that everybody knows that everybody plays a role in the sustainability strategy. We have to step up.
Yes, I'm Guy Archibald, the Executive Director of the Southeast Indigenous Transboundary Commission. And I kind of echo what Rob was saying. And I, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge, really appreciate the evolution of the federal government and the Forest Service over the last decade or so, to include Indigenous voices and everything. But kind of as an example, on in the Admiralty Island National Monument, we have the Greens Creek mine. The Forest Service obviously, administers that land. It allows the mine to lease a large area for a tailings pile, a dry stack. The record of decision in there acknowledges that dry stack will contribute over 100 tons a year of fugitive dust to the national monument in the wilderness area. And indeed, lead levels are rising throughout the environment out there. The state and the mine acknowledges that the increase of lead in the environment and the terrestrial environment is due to fugitive dust. But inexplicably, they blame the increase of lead in the marine environment in Hawk Inlet as natural erosion. And so far, we've been unable to get the Forest Service to consider what's going on in the adjacent marine environment. The word is, the Forest Service doesn't like to get their feet wet, but water and land are tied together. And right now, the Forest Service does not require any fugitive dust monitoring outside of the tailings footprint. We have no idea how this lead is moving up through the higher trophic levels into the deer and marine mammals that people are eating. And there's just this lack of information. And, I don't blame the mine at all. The mine does what a mine does. Their duty is to, maximize profit. But I would ask that the regulators put a higher level, as Congress attended in Milka, a higher level of accountability for the Greens Creek mine, not to create irreparable harm to the monument's values. And please, yes, go to Andoon, speak with the tribal council. I certainly can't speak for them, but I would encourage you to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for those comments.
Good morning. My name is Rob Camus. I work for the Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition. And I guess my question really is, what's next? And I guess I'll preface that with, I noticed, Barbara, that a couple of your photos were of work crews that we had this summer that were tribal run. Some of them were Native Corp run, and we had a tribal conservation district a part of it as well. And so that was a really cool collaboration between the Forest Service, a community group, ourselves, and tribal entities. And it was awesome. We were employing locals to do great work. And I'd love to see that work continue. And, we have plans to try to build some of the capacity of those individuals to the point where they can do things like compete for federal contracts and, run machines, like do really true restoration work. And honestly, that doesn't happen in the 2 years that before the next election, right? And so how do you create a system where this is more than just a $25 million dole out and then it'll fall apart? And what is the plan for that?
Well, that was the question I had for you guys. You want me to answer that? So thanks for that, Rob. And I know we're running short on time, but I'm hoping that next year the presentation is about exactly those things, the accomplishments of all the partners with that initial $25 million. And then the hope, through these, most of the agreements for the 25 million are 5-year agreements, so they can continue to be funded, continue to build capacity. We've created all these different mechanisms by drafting these agreements and 3 regional strengthening agreements to continue to take our regular allocations and fund the good work that's going on and the efforts that's being expended by all of you across Southeast Alaska. We need to make sure these projects are implemented and that they stick and that we support them and that we don't wane. And that takes the synergy between the partners and the agencies and the good work that you're doing. One of the first SASS agreements that was signed this year, and we're in the process of signing all of them right now as we get to the end of our fiscal year, was with your organization, Rob. And seeing those pictures come through, I just saw some more this morning. And it's, it's hard to not have tears in your eyes when you see that there's, the work is happening, the restoration work that you guys are doing, the capacity building that we need to ensure that we could do restoration work across Southeast Alaska, because we know that there's not enough of us that are willing to sling a chainsaw and do that nitty-gritty work that needs to get done. And that it's, I've got a son that would be happier than anybody else out there working with you and your crews, and we need to market those opportunities, because that work's real and it's honest and it needs to get done here, and it needs to get done in collaboration with all of us together. So we need to make sure the sustainability strategy sticks around. I could speak for a few of us sitting in this room that we're going to be working hard within the USDA and within the Forest Service to make sure the cultural shift happens, to ensure that the focus on relationships and funding and making sure that our work with our partnership lives. And I'm going to ask the same of all of you hold us accountable and make sure that we make sure the sustainability strategy lives beyond this administration and into the future. Yes.
Tony Gallegos here with Ketchikan Indian Community staff, and I really appreciate this whole project and program and how it's moving forward. Excited about the work, been able to actually do some of the restoration work, funding through Rob's assistance. But what if this is going to be an ongoing, sustainable initiative? There was just a 2-week window, a tiny window for people to put in ideas early on. There are a lot of potential tribes and others that have some good ideas that weren't incorporated in that original component. So when are we going to have other opportunities to begin to address issues that weren't included that are really good and appropriate and great partnerships, so that we're not just, okay, we missed the window, you're out of it now. So I see a little bit of a problem with that. And I'm hoping there's ways that we can address that, because I know you want to bring in other federal agencies you mentioned to be part of this. Now, what about the local stakeholders that still need to also become a part of it that weren't in the initial last fall?
Right. Thanks so much for that. At this time, we're not expecting additional funds to come down the same way as from the Secretary's announcement. We are getting additional funding through other laws that are going, like bipartisan infrastructure law and those types of things. And we do want to continue the engagement process. If you have a good idea that fits the sustainability strategy, we are not anticipating opening up an engagement the way we did last fall. But you have access through the district ranger, through me, through Julia and her staff, and to reach out and know that we are going to be trying to align all our work and our regular allocations with this type of locally led project. So locally led, locally driven. It's about the relationships that we establish at all the levels. So they're in Ketchikan working with Kathy Ty, your district ranger, if you have a restoration project. We are working with all the internal staff to make sure they know to engage and to continue to align our resources with supporting your work on the ground. So we don't have a formal engagement planned like the one we had last fall. We did it was, quite a lengthy engagement process then, but I know it was 30-day public engagement, and that's now over. But we do not, we don't have right now scheduled to get the same type of funding that we did last fall, but we do hope to align our processes so we can continue to fund these types of projects ongoingly.
All right, and it looks like we've got a question in the chat. So Holly, if you want to go ahead and mute yourself, you can go ahead and ask away.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Just wanted to verify first. Hello, I'm Holly Prendeville. I'm the coordinator for the USDA Northwest Climate Hub. And I am grateful that you're looking across the agencies. There's so many agencies within the USDA. I think we're up to 15 or so, depending on how you cut that up. Anything that you can do to make it easier for folks to apply to all of the agency programs and all of the programs within an agency, but cross them, because when you think of sustainability, you want improved energy within the community, but then you want your streams, flowing with climate change, and thinking of the extremes that the Southeast is experiencing, from drought to landslides and heavy precipitation causing those landslides. Can we think more broadly across that sustainability, and then also making it easier for those proposals or applications to just be one, but then get you to rural development and NRCS and Forest Service without having to put in separate things? Yes, I know I'm asking for a very huge thing, but just wanted to put that out there. And then also just saying more, of course, since I'm coming from the climate change perspective, that sustainability that's looking forward as well to future sustainability with the challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Great. And we are hoping through those regional strengthening agreements, one of the things we've asked Southeast Conference Central Council and Spruce Root to look at is a streamlined application process. So that would be utilized for exactly what Holly just mentioned as a model to use for Southeast Alaska. There's going to be some other opportunities for small grants coming up through some of those regional strengthening agreements too. We're not quite ready to announce that yet, but there will be some additional funds that are coming through. That's for newer projects. So stay tuned, I guess, is what I'm trying to say in response to your question too, sir, in the back, Tony. And once again, I just want to emphasize really strengthening your local relationship with the folks that work for the Forest Service, with Keith Perkins down here in Sitka, Southwick for Rural Development, and Samia with Natural Resources Conservation Services. And if you have any questions about USDA programs, I would be happy to be a portal to help you find the answers. There are funding opportunities out there. The sustainability strategy is going to try to make sure that through all the different networks that we have here in Southeast, whether it's SSP or Central Council, that you guys are aware of the opportunities that are available and that we are aligning ourselves with the work that you think is important to move forward with cultural, economic, and ecological resilience here in Southeast Alaska. Thank you guys so much for your time. And thank you so much for all you're doing for your communities and your tribes here in Southeast.
All right. Thank you, Julie and Barb. That was great, really great discussion. Coming up next, we've got Tony Gallegos from Ketchikan Indian Community. Going to be talking about capacity building and some lessons learned over the duration.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge on behalf of everyone who's going to be speaking today that we're on Tlingit land, it's Háw'aa, and I really appreciate the fact that we can be here on this land and in their facilities to go ahead and have this conference and meet together with such a large crowd that really represents a lot of key partners and players in the environmental and natural resource issues that we're dealing with across this region. Of course, you know from the introduction that my name is Tony Gallegos and I work for the Ketchikan Indian community, but I'm going to go ahead and try to do a little bit more of a traditional introduction of myself, since I actually work with the Cultural Resource Department, although my background is really more fisheries related. Done a lot of different things over time, but cultural was not one of the things that I actually had on my resume until I started to work on behalf of the tribe. Basically, I've been working here and living in Southeast Alaska for 7 years, and it's really professionally and personally enriched my life to work on behalf of the tribe and to live and work in this particular environment. I was able to hire, well, let me go with a little bit of backstory. KIC did some restructuring about 7 years ago when I came in to take this position with the tribe. And it was funded basically with EPA IGAP funding. So I was really the EPA IGAP coordinator, but I had the title of Cultural Resource Director because the tribe was trying to build capacity and start a new department. The department consisted of me originally. And so I lobbied and said, this shouldn't be the Cultural Resource Department, it should be the Natural Resource Department. But I've really come to see the wisdom, although it takes some explanation to some people, that cultural resources and natural resources in the environment are so deeply tied together. The culture of the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian people that are in southern Southeast Alaska and the territories that I work for, or the Tlingit people in general, are so blessed with their culture, and their culture is so tied to the natural resources of the environment that it's hard to tease that apart. So when we're talking about cultural resources, we are talking about protecting our access and utilization of those resources and sustaining those and being good stewards of those resources within our region. So again, our department now has grown. We do have a department that does have an Indigenous, let's see, okay, now I'm forgetting it. I call him my subsistence guy. But the title is actually our Indigenous Food Sovereignty Specialist. So it's a mouthful, but it really is an important position. We were able to, that was our most recent acquisition to our department about 2 years ago. Just happens to be related to Rob Sanderson here as well. So he comes from an excellent background and really has added to our staff's capacity. So we were really trying to work on traditional foods and all aspects of being involved with that. First position I was able to add was an environmental specialist to our department. And that was good because we had that steady ongoing EPA IGAP funding, and I was able to take a more broader role and start to take on some more director positions and get involved in the other issues that were really critical to the tribe. And that would be transboundary mining was a super hot topic, and we needed to be engaged in that. A lot of things went to regulatory stuff, the roadless rule, things of that nature. But then the third position I was able to bring on board was our cultural heritage specialist. And that is really what I saw before from the beginning. We're going to be called the Cultural Resource Department, even though there is that tie with the environment and natural resources. We needed a cultural component so we could deal with that. So I'm thrilled that we have that person on board now. And I couldn't accomplish anything. I guess one of the lessons learned is you've got to get good staff and you got to get good people on board to work as a team to be successful. And any success that we have is really based upon the people I've been able to gather around me internally, and then the partnerships we've been able to develop externally. And I appreciate that. So because I have this cultural heritage person now, and I'm kind of have this role, we are doing our best to try to infuse culture throughout our entire tribe, and especially our employees. And we have almost 200 employees now at KIC through our clinic and all our housing departments, everything else that we do have. So we have a lot of employees there, and not all of them are native. We do a pretty good job with native hires, but we have a lot of people that come in that are not native, and I am one of those. So my background, I have come from a Spanish background on my father's side. I'm Spanish Basque. Fernando Gallegos came here as a youth from Spain into New Mexico to raise sheep. There he met and married my grandmother, Adonia Cisneros, and that's where I get a little bit of indigenous background because she would be Mexican mestizo, so as well. On my mother's side, most of my family came from Ireland during the potato famine, and they settled in Missouri and Oklahoma. So I have an Okie background there. So kind of diverse. During the Dust Bowl, a lot of my my ancestors moved to Northern California to work in the timber industry because there was work there. And that's where the Gallegos side and the Looney side, the Griffith side came together. And that's where I grew up, was Northern California. So that's where I grew up. So California is not all beaches and big cities. Ketchikan is, I've lived in many places much smaller than Ketchikan, including The last place I lived in California for about 12 years had a population of 300. So moving to Ketchikan size-wise wasn't an issue for me, but you know, the issue of living on an island has been something to adjust to. Let me go ahead and briefly talk about some of the programs we've been dealing with, and my talk here today, the few minutes, is really kind of geared to not all of you in the audience, although hopefully some of you will all benefit from it in some degree or another. But as Ray started to introduce, this group has been going on for like 20 years. I've been involved since like 2016. In 2016, at that point, it was still rather a small group. So 30 people would gather together. It was really the Southeast Tribal Environmental Conference geared towards those people that are working on EPA IGAP coordinators. And so that was a great time to get together, to collaborate, to learn from one another. And the actual specialists and the outside folks that would come in to support, we'd have 1 or 2 speakers, and there would be a handful of people that were not tribal environmental staff working together. But I kind of want to go back, because when I was asked to do this, my focus for my audience, especially for the most of what I want to go ahead and say, is for our young people here. I see a few, and I hope that there's a few online, that are those tribal environmental staff that are starting off their career, that have lots of questions. And basically now, I turned 62 this year. So I'm an elder by most accounts. I've got the gray to show it. I've got a diverse experience. I don't know it all, but I want to go ahead, and if I could have a one-on-one conversation with some of you that are just starting off in your roles, those are some of the things I just want to go ahead and bring a few little anecdotal things, as if we just had like a little conversation. These are some things. So they may not apply to all of you, but some of them might. I'm not the wisest person in the world, but you know, again, just by living this long and doing the things that I've done, I've picked up a few things along the way. So I'm going to go ahead and share this with you. But here's the other thing I wanted to start out with. KIC has been doing a lot, and I'd love to talk with you, like most of the speakers, about the projects we're working on. And if you have questions about the projects we're working on, you know, find me afterwards, and we can go into some details about how it worked, what happened, some specifics about the project, funding, issues to consider. But so I'm just going to go over this list, and it's not to brag or anything. But it's just to kind of show you, hey, if you're interested in a project like this, and these are especially for our other environmental folks or other people like the partner, these are some things we have been working on and are current projects for us. We've been working on the stream temperature network. Of course, we've been working with the PSPs with Sea Tour since it kind of started, and ocean acidification efforts. We've been doing climate adaptation planning. That was one of the first, I think, meetings that we had with this conference, was totally focused on climate adaptation planning. I've been able to work with the VISTA program to go ahead and bring some really qualified people in to help. And that is a really great program. I think more of us need to take advantage of that. I know Sitka tribe has. Others could. We were able to work with the state to do some urban stream water quality monitoring. Early on, we were trying to get into that. The recreational beach monitoring we've been doing with the state has been very instrumental in showing that we have some bacteria issues in our area, and some of the water we've been monitoring has been classified as impaired because of those efforts that the tribe initiated and worked with and built up. I brought some giveaways in the back because we've been doing so many programs, just been able to bring in some different projects and materials that were left over from that. One thing back there is a bear strap. EPA IGAP, I think Michelle mentioned it yesterday, and I see her in the audience today, but there is some funding for waste reduction. And you can get creative with some of these things. So we basically live in a fairly large community, so our city and borough take on a lot of our solid waste management issues. So we didn't have those kind of issues as a tribe, but we did have a really big problem with bears getting into trash cans and how to address that. So one of the ways I was able to tap into some resources through the waste reduction component with EPA is to go ahead and do some bear traps. So I have one of my last samples back there, but that was an interesting program, and I think that could be duplicated in some other areas. I'm really excited that we're doing a tribal conservation district. That's been several years in planning. I think I started that the year after I got here with encouragement of some of our tribal council members. But to get everyone on board, to get everything in place, it's only really started to happen this year. So excited to see what we can do moving forward. I'm hopefully getting ready to put in our natural resource plan that will help us to then go after more funding to support that projects, and we'll really work more closely with USDA. One of the things that our department does that a lot of the tribes don't do on a staff level is we work really closely with issues at the state level, the transboundary issue, a lot of regulatory compliance, a lot of comments from the agencies is something that the tribe was interested in doing, taking a stronger role, exercising our sovereignty, and our department's been able to play a big role in that area. Some more recent things we've been doing, the ED, Meredith was talking about the EDNA work, excited to work with her and Earth and Oceans Environmental Consulting. We got an A&A grant because of the efforts of working with them to do ooligan monitoring on the Unit River. And hopefully we'll be able to continue to do king salmon monitoring in the future as we continue that work. And the A&A grant, there's a component of that that's environmental regulatory enhancement is the grant that we actually got. A lot of A&A grants go to education, sort of thing. But one of the things that tribes can do is the data and information we collect can impact regulations. We can impact it directly by doing our advocacy and lobbying. We can collect the scientific information that actually also leads to changes in how regulations are moved forward. And so I really appreciate the work that the tribe can do in partnership with all our other partners and agencies to collect that and make that happen. One of our big concerns is dealing with hooligan and all aspects of that, from the regulatory openings, from doing more monitoring on site and on the ground. And the Forest Service has definitely been a great partner with us in working on that in particular. One of the weird things we've done recently is we actually have a commercial fishing permit and have been fishing for roe on kelp herring eggs over in Prince of Wales. And so we've been able to go ahead and give those catch away to the tribe and the community over the past 2 years. So that's an interesting project if you'd like more information about that. Excited to work with Rob on stream restoration with the hand crew. And SAS funding, of course, is helping with that. We did some air quality monitoring because we still do environmental work and it's not all related to water and natural resource. So air quality monitoring has been very important to us, working with the cruise ship industry. And now all the old buses that have come into the community. So we're trying to collect baseline data on a lot of air quality parameters, working with the state agency on that. And then we are in the process of forming a TIPO, a tribal historical preservation office that a lot of the tribes haven't done, but we want to have. Again, we want to exercise our sovereignty where we can on behalf of the tribe to be involved in all of these issues. When it comes to the Guardians program, I'm hoping to talk about and have further discussions about doing sacred site management as part of the Guardian program. So not only trying to manage and oversee the natural resources within our traditional territories, but the sacred sites as well. So those are projects I'm working on. But let me go into really kind of just some fatherly advice for, one older professional to a younger professional. And some of these may apply to you, don't know where you are in your career. You may concur, you may say, nah, that's not right. So, but here's some basic things. And first off, even before I do that, most of you in the back, these are some magnetic stickers on Southeast tribal traditional values or our way of life. And there's some bigger poster size copies. I hope you guys can take one of these, look at it. We're really promoting this. These have been adopted by the schools in Ketchikan Gateway Borough. We have them and posted in most of our offices. Of course, this was an effort that was done years before my time, but these are really valuable skills and values. And what I'm going to talk about is going to be kind of really related and linked back to most of these. But there are many things like hold each other up. Great thing. I think we can all agree that that's an excellent thing to do. We need to practice respect in so many ways that we do things. We need to speak with care. I love that one. Maybe I don't always do a good job at it, but it's something I can strive toward, to speak with care, to live in peace with each other. So that is a tribal value. Of course, it's a value from a lot of other cultures as well, but that is one I think will do us well as we try to do the work and impact our resources in a positive way as we work together. Some things are controversial, right? So living in peace and being careful what you say are very important, because we want to not break relationships over time, but we do deal with things that people don't always agree on and hold very passionate views on. Okay, let me go through some of these things. I don't have any order in any of these, and I don't know how many I have and how much time we have. About 4 minutes. Let me just hit a few of these things and I'll whip through them fast. And again, for those of you that are new and curious, maybe some of these will be helpful. Okay. Learn the history and context of what you're working on to gain a clear understanding. So learn the history and context. We have some elders here. Again, anything you're doing, learn its history and context. You'll gain so many more better understanding on how it applies to the community issues in the tribes. Okay, seek intergenerational feedback. It's wonderful. I can see a lot of ages represented here, several decades of experience, but we've all gained a lot of valuable insight by making sure we're getting some feedback from different ages. Be nice, okay? Just a simple one. Be nice. I was calling up for a job interview or a reference for someone I'm looking to hire. And one of the things that really struck me was this person is super professional. She went over all the professional stuff that this young man has been doing. But one of the things that really struck me is that he is such a nice guy. Everyone likes him. He's no drama. Just be nice. I mean, I want to hire him just for that, regardless of whether he's got any skills. But he comes with skills and he's nice. So never stop learning, whatever you guys are doing. There's so much more to learn. There is such a thing as a stupid question. There really is. I hate when people say there's not, because there is. From the tourists that we get all the time, one stupid question they ask all the time is, and these are tourists that are coming from the lower 48. They're US citizens, and they come and they ask, do you take US currency? Really, that's a stupid question. They don't even know that Alaska is part of the United States. Another stupid question I hear pretty often is, they're coming in on cruise ships, and they ask what elevation is it in town? And that's a stupid question. Okay, but if you don't know anything, if there's something you don't know, don't be afraid to ask questions. I see that too many people don't want to ask questions. They pretend they know something. They don't want to look like they don't know anything. So ask questions. Try not to make them dumb questions, but asking questions. I don't want that print from asking questions, since you do need to ask questions. Okay, slow down in the chaos and confusion of life and work, and think about all the good progress that you're making on your tasks. Thank people that help you out. return the favor when you can. One saying from my grandmother that I think has always served me well, sometimes I don't do it, is she always used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. You need to use them proportionally. We need to go ahead and listen a lot more than we talk. And I think that is kind of a thing that we just need to do. It shows respect. It keeps us out of trouble a lot too. Do your best to understand others' perspectives. Give others, a hearing, even if you don't agree with them. So I think that does as well professionally and personally. I'm hoping you're thinking about these things and then how would they apply to you professionally, but they also have some benefits in your personal relationships. Let's see, I'm just gonna go ahead. We don't have much time. Find and seek input from non-experts. And then thoughtfully consider what they have to say. So there are a lot of people out there that don't have a degree, but they have a lot of knowledge. And again, this is where we get into the traditional ecological knowledge. Seek people out that aren't really have that background and ask them questions and see what they have to say. You can gain a lot of insights that way. Sometimes you can't get it all done. There's a lot of things out there. So one of the things that I've learned to do is practice selective neglect. Okay. It's hard to prioritize, but the best thing I do, because there's everything that's important. So it's like, I always go backwards to say, what's the thing that's not as important? And that's what I'm going to neglect. I'll get back to it. It's important, but selective neglect will help balance your life and you can get things done that need to get done. And you might have to apologize for not getting it done, but you kind of use that term. I think it served me well over time. Not everything that's offensive needs a strong reaction. We just need to let some things slide. Some things just aren't that big a deal and worth making a fuss over. So I think that helps professionally and personally. Perfection is the enemy to completion. I myself used to be a perfectionist. I am not anymore. I'm just glad to get things done. Good enough. And a lot of you guys I know have advanced degrees and experience that can be a problem for us because we sometimes just need to get things done. And good enough, we have to learn what's good enough and not always strive for perfection. And that'll help you in your professional life too. Trying to seek balance is always tough. Details matter. You need to strive for being accurate. Definitely need to be patient. Let's see. Okay, steal with pride. This is great. You don't have to reinvent the wheel for everything. There's a lot of good work that's been done out there. I think in the environmental field, people tend to really want to be able to help each other out and share. So take a good idea, some work that's been done by someone else, adapt it, improve on it, give them credit from, as a reference, as a source for where you've gone, but you don't have to start over from scratch. Steal with pride, it's okay. Ask permission when you're doing things, but I have rarely been turned down when it's come to say, hey, can I use this? Can you, give me an original copy? It's been so helpful. Thank you, Guy, for doing that many times. You've helped me out so many times with stuff that I've had to steal from you. I don't even know what that means. Let's see. Oh, one of the things, this comes from my cultural specialist, and she really just, but I think this applies to all of us. But she always says, live it as if all your ancestors and clan members are behind you and around you. So you're living your life, you are representing your clan, your tribe, your family, your employer. But when it comes to the tribe, you can think about all of those, your ancestry, and it should be a support to you and also a challenge that you're representing them in the actions and things that you take. Okay, this is an important one. Get out of your comfort zone. Go ahead and stretch yourself. And I'm not talking just, your muscles, although that's good. stretching yourself in so many other ways. I'm an introvert. I'm super shy. I'm an introvert. You may not know that now, but you just have to get out of your comfort zone. You just have to stretch in any way you can. So those of you that are here, if you don't know someone's name, just talk to them anyway. If somebody's not that comfortable, but this is a great opportunity to network. And I hope that those of you that are new in your careers will take the effort to not just to stretch out, even though it's not real comfortable. Introduce yourself to someone that you don't know. Okay, I know we're at time. I heard synergy mentioned, and I think that's not mentioned enough, but we could do way more together than we can independently. And that just always is great. Let's see. This is what that's you got to use sparingly, but it can actually be a really good thing, or this could be a really bad thing. But I think you just need to use discernment. I'll leave you with this. You can ask forgiveness, not permission to do things. And again, you got to know the context of where you're working in and your balance there, because it can get you in a lot of trouble. But sometimes you just need to go ahead and not deal with the bottlenecks and professionally. So think about that. Those are some things. Come and find me later if you have questions about some of the projects that we're actually working on. And I hope you talk with other people here, because now that we've expanded to have all of these professional non-tribal specialists, it's a great opportunity for those of us that are wanting to do things to really tap into the resources that are here all week. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. I have so many questions for you, but I'm just going to ask one, and I hope it's not a stupid one. Do you know when they let the orcas out of the cages for the photo ops? I'm just kidding. Next up, we've got Dr. Adelaide Johnson. She's with the Community Collaborators. She's going to be talking about the intersection of people, forests, and hydrology. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. I'm here to talk to you about a new way of working with people. Actually, it's not a new way at all. It's a continuation of work that's been evolving over the last 30 years. And I'll introduce some of my partners, including Alaska Youth Stewards leaders, Eloise Peebles, Ruben Schaefer, and Julian Navarez, and Alexis Copsey, who's an intern, Katie Bear, Haley Wilmer from the U.S. Forest Service, along with the U.S. Climate Hub, the Sitka Conservation Society, Sea Alaska Corporation, Guna Indian Association, and many other people. And I'm on the shoulders of a lot of work with multiple people that are in this room and that are on Zoom right now. And I just want to thank them all. I worked with the Forest Service for 30 years, and I came to the Forest Service as a hydrology to study the physical environment. And then I began to look at the overlap of the biological environment. But after finishing my PhD, I wanted to work more and more with the communities, and I was able to do that by partnering with social scientists at the PNW Research Station. My outlook has been guided by the One Health model, and you can see the link at the bottom of the screen if you want to learn more. And some of the lessons that I've learned over the years are looking at perspectives, including looking at 7 generations into the future, and looking at ways that the environment supports health. And I saw a presentation by Nita DeWitt in February of this year, and I was, as she mentioned in her talk just yesterday, there are different perspectives and there are different ways to approach the human nature intersection, and of importance. And what I hear from community members all the time is that the Western extractive model has posed problems with access to elements that they need in nature that support food and cultural integrity and a way of life. And next slide, please. And in addition to that, taking a less siloed approach to science and community engagement, working at an interdisciplinary kind of way, including an ecosystems approach where there's less focus on economy, is key. And with that, I'll introduce the 3 projects that I've been working on in the 4 months since I've stopped working with the Forest Service. And it seems that some of the perspectives have created opportunities for not only me to work back with the Forest Service in new ways, but also engage youth in the communities. So the first project that I'd like to talk to you about is working with the Northwest Climate Hub. And I'm really glad that Holly Prendeville is online to, if people ask questions and want to learn more about the Northwest Climate Hub. But at any rate, my job as of less than a week ago is to help facilitate development of a climate change vulnerability assessment and a general technical report for the Tongass National Forest. And importantly, I'll be working with National Forest employees, scientists, and the reason why I wanted to do this work, because I will be working with community members to assess needs and gather information relevant to the assessment. And as a hydrologist, and some of these topics were brought up in greater detail yesterday, the warming of the earth is creating higher incidence of atmospheric river type events where there's a lot of rainfall, more landslides. And in addition to that, there are also some more droughts. And so we will be assessing needs and community stewardship opportunities given likely aquatic and terrestrial impacts. And the Climate Hub's mission is to develop and deliver science-based region-specific information and technologies to agricultural and natural resource managers and communities that enable climate smart decision-making and to help implement those decisions. And they do that in 3 different ways: by making these assessments with summaries, developing, curating tools together with partners, and developing and communicating science. And this is one of their, if you want to read more, here's one of the tools that they have used for responding to changes in climate in Alaska. And the hub is an interagency organization. You can see the organizations here, and there are hubs throughout the country. The second project that I'll talk to you today is a community project that I worked on with Katie Bear this summer. And she is a research ecologist, and I know she's on Zoom right now, and she is also going to be giving a more detailed talk about this project this afternoon. But what I'll talk to you right now is about my engagement with youth in the different communities. But first of all, I just want to say, I can give a shout out to the Sitka Conservation Society that fosters sports, stewardship, community resilience, youth opportunities, and they partner with the Forest Service to help facilitate work with the Alaska Youth Stewards Group, which, next slide, please, are the groups that we worked in with the communities of Kake, Huna, and Háw'aa. And there were two parts of the project, namely to do the field work and to do community engagement. And one of the youth leaders in Kake has this to say about the Alaska Youth Stewards Program. I think if you just hit next slide. Well, that didn't work, so audio recording one. We'll see how this goes.
I am facilitating the Alaska Youth Steward Program, which is an employment opportunity for teenagers based in Cape that focuses on cultural vibrancy, ecological resilience, and citizen science.
Next slide, please. So for the citizen science work that the youth conducted in the communities of Kake, Háw'aa, and Huna, we conducted 30 plots this summer. And the youth went out and they set up the plots, measured slope, measured aspect, measured tree diameters, and they cored trees. They estimated the percent cover of overstory and understory species. They made photographs of overstory and understory, and this information will be used to make models of forest change. And that is something that Katie Bear will talk to you more about this afternoon. And so in this way, the amount of berries that were located in the different plots are going to be understood in terms of what the surrounding vegetation is and how these the photographs of the overstory and the measurements of the tree diameters will be used to look at the trajectory of the forest over time. And in Huna, Julian has this to say about the crew working in the forested areas.
It was great for our crew to be the actual scientists on the ground. In their mind, I think it's a lot of times it's people with degrees, master's degrees or higher that do this sort of work. And so it was valuable for them to know that the data they took would be useful and was relevant to their community. I hope they left the season knowing that they are fully capable of pursuing careers in the sciences.
Go ahead. And as well as the Alaska Youth Stewards work on the ground, we also started to conduct community discussions about just to have a better understanding of what the forests look like where you collect as a collector of berries or of mushrooms or of cultural trees and bark. And during the break, I'll go over to a table and I'll show you an example of this poster that Amelia Wilson is sitting at, where we had a discussion about the understory, the overstory, the ground cover, and the elevation that support food gathering. And when I had the discussion with her, she brought up the Food is Our Way of Life publication. And we had a discussion about sharing being a way of life as well, which leads me to the final project that I worked on this summer, which is gaining a better understanding of community resilience during COVID. And this is a project from a grant that Haley Wilmer, a social scientist from the U.S. Forest Service, initiated. And so on that, we're going to hear a little more from Alaska Youth Stewards leader, Eloise. Oh.
I mentioned that communities supplying their own food and going out of their way to supply for others, not just take care of themselves, is like inherently rooted in anti-capitalism and anti-colonialism, because it's valuing or it's acknowledging the significance of like community well-being, and acknowledging that individual well-being is tied to community well-being. So like an individualistic society, which is our dominant society right now, doesn't actually serve people in a sustainable way, and that individual well-being is so tied to community well-being that it's our like responsibility to care for our communities. Yeah, I have spent some time donating food to the senior center, because these kiddos have such a deep-rooted value of taking care of their elders. So we have brought them salmon berries and salmon eggs. And then I also always just let the kids I work with know that I care about them as humans, and then I care about them as workers. So if they have like a family commitment or something going on in their community, that takes priority to me before their capacity to produce as a worker. And it's really important to me that they know that I like see them as humans and then as workers.
And Alexis Coxey not only was a phenomenal tree corer, very professional, but she also had a comment about the field work that she was doing, that she conducted this summer. And she said that she'd also like to participate in discussions with elders in Cape to learn more about issues of cultural importance from people that have given her knowledge over time. And as a future caretaker of the land, we jumped on that, and she is conducting discussions with for elders in her community, and she'll be part of the project. And to summarize 4 discussions that Ruben conducted on Prince of Wales having to do with resilience in the time of COVID, he has this to say.
Perhaps the thing that stood out to me the most from these conversations about subsistence harvesting and Canadian resiliency during the pandemic is that the norm on Prince of Wales Island is that people harvest enough food for themselves and for their family members and for their community elders and for people who are unable to harvest themselves. And with the norm and expectation being that the community takes care of each other, when supply chains were compromised, prices went up, and it became a health risk to go to the grocery store, particularly for elders, there was already a system in place for people to take care of one another with respect to their subsistence needs. And so the thing that stood out to me is that this community was built to be resilient in this way, and that these norms have existed long, for centuries, if not millennia, before the pandemic ever happened.
So I'm really excited about this work. It's only been underway for the past several months, and we are excited about getting community shared information out there. All the information collected will go back to the communities, and there are certainly implications of the discussions that are being conducted, and there are positive elements of resiliency through COVID, but there are also some issues having to do with access to to the ability to conduct practices to sustain local foods. And there is a need to understand vulnerability. And all of the three projects that I brought up today certainly are related and will involve more work in the communities. And in summary, I just want to reiterate the three projects that are quite interrelated, and we will be updating the climate change assessment to guide future monitoring. And this guide will be benefited by climate models and assessments of likely impacts and inclusion of community observations and concerns. And we are excited to continue to work with community members to support forest structure associated with collecting and harvesting, and develop models to better predict future forests. And there is an opportunity to share stewardship practices supporting resilience and create more education opportunities for the future caretakers of the land. And with that, I'll just give you some related publications and a contact. And I think all of this is going to be available later, right? And then just I'll close with an example of where my aim as a community collaborator is to continue to publish multidisciplinary research with Native partners as co-authors, and engage youth and elders, fuel existing programs, and provide information for forest managers. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Does anybody have any questions? Certainly.
Thanks, Kay. Hi, Guy. Well, I just wanted to ask you what kinds of, I mean, sometimes this is referred to, the process is referred to as building social capital. I don't especially like those words, but and cohesion and understanding Indigenous knowledge. So what experience did the youth participants have with elders where they learned something? And you probably talked about this when I wasn't here, but what experiences did they have with elders sharing what they knew about all the things that the students were working on with them?
Well, one example is just sharing. It's interesting, the point that you're making is because it's a two-way street, because it is there are questions that are kind of a Western reductionist style, such as what does resilience mean to you? And how do you foster that? And but the youth are learning from the elders just what it takes to perpetuate a lifestyle and what that means. And some of the things that we're learning are, it's just acknowledging there's sharing, but how much sharing? And I think the capacity I mean, there's just so much sharing. I mean, just for an example, one of the youths was saying, well, you know, we share, but come to think of it, we actually give away half of what we take, but then we give away another half of that. So what it really comes down to is we're giving away 75 or 90% of what we harvest, and
Then you start thinking about management guidelines, and then it just brings up some issues with, well, that's tough because we're going to go across this inlet and it takes a long time to get there and we can only get a certain amount of fish. And so it brings up a dialogue of ways of living and the importance of supporting a lifestyle, but it also brings up some issues of access and safety issues. And so I'm not sure if I'm really getting at what your question, but it's a summary of the give and take between with what the youth are learning from the elders and conversations with the elders themselves. And I'll talk to you more about it.
Well, thank you. Does anybody else have any more questions? No.
Wasa iati. Yake exitini ya yagi. Gunalchéesh hachi adi. Tlingit ke na khana wuklain. Yuchat luasal. It's good to see you guys today, and just want to echo the great things I see. The AYS, just the partnership that's involved in there. There, I'm a 4-H volunteer. I've been since probably 2005 with Darren Snyder, and gardens going all over, but we travel all over Southeast Alaska supporting this team. And of course, in Angoon, we've spent a lot of time in Angoon. Building partnerships is just the most important thing right now, to support each other with the funds and the things that the children need, our kids. Anyat Kusani, the most important thing that drives us is our kids. And they're in the lead right now. And I think that's awesome of watching this program, of watching the Forest Service, the city, the tribe, the school district all over there in these communities working together to support the environmental and growing of our foods and taking care of the air, sea, and land. So you guys are awesome. This program's great. So Gunalchéesh, ho 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 ho.
Well, the 4-H program is awesome. And every time I see Darren, we just say, we've got to talk. And now I'm saying, I got to talk to you.
We're a team. Yeah, it's great.
Awesome.
It's just to share too that tomorrow at 2:45, I'll be sharing a lot of what you're talking about. And I'd like to address some of the things you talked about with the other team too. Also, just to ease things up. I hear sometimes when we're at the table, a lot of darkness comes to the table, but that's what we need to do. We need to talk about it and put it on the table and work those things out. So you'll hear some of that. Even my wife will be talking to you folks later on. They're all interconnected. Everything we talk about, the land, air, sea, water, the stars, the universe. Love you guys. It's good to see you. Oh.
Thank you. All right, to keep on schedule, I think we're going to go ahead and try to get everybody out on a break. So if you have any more questions for Guy, feel free to go and hit her up. Ray's going to do a quick little announcement here.
Sorry, guys, before we go on break, just a quick announcement I forgot to do during the morning. Just a reminder to the folks who were invited to interviews on the shellfish toxicity. Please sign up at the table in the back. You'll see the Seashore sign, they're waving their hands. Interviews will be about 30 minutes and there will be a $50 incentive. Thank you. Enjoy break.
Right, and I think we'll just we'll do 10 minutes, so we'll come back at 11:03. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
I can do it later.
No, that's fine.
So I think I don't know if Oh, no, okay. Yes, I have. So I probably just. I didn't want to sound right on my computer because. Okay.
In 2010, that's 12 years ago. So, you know, that times that exponentially, that's a lot of money and a lot of food. So, if you recycle your food, the garbage doesn't stink as much, you know, and you're recycling it. And I'm a huge proponent of recycling whatever we can recycle. And if we can recycle our rotten food or bad foods, then doggone it, you know, we're gonna make something good out of it and we're gonna feed the soil. We're waiting for the next slide here. I'm going to try to make this as short as possible, but you know, like I said, I'm really passionate about recycling and food recycling, especially on the island. Is a big thing because getting dirt, getting fertilizer on the island is expanding. So, you know, this way I can do it myself or anybody can do it myself, whatever. So the redwood that I use is the voracious eater, and you also multiply very fast. So, and it's amazing.
What is this day?
Speaker. Is there audio now?
Where's the feedback?
So, when you work with worms, you get a lot of good bacteria to put back into the soil, because a lot of our soil up here doesn't have a lot because it rains so much. So I am taking the soil fluid classes with Dr. Lady. Very interesting. It's a very complicated process. Thermal composting. It takes weeks, months to get really good biological compost that feeds your soil, which can feed your plants. And that's what you want to do. You want to feed the soil. You feed the soil, and the soil feeds the plants. And nutrition is key, because have you ever eaten a fruit that had no flavor to it? Yeah. And I mean, like, what? That's yucky. I like to eat a nice juicy pineapple that's sweet and flavorful. You know, that means it's got nutrition in it. So if you're eating vegetables and fruits that are like tasteless, they're probably raised with chemical fertilizer, which really doesn't give them all the nutrients and micro nutrients that they need, that your plant needs. Your plant needs a lot of micronutrients, just like your kids do. You're raising your kids, you're not just going to feed them potato chips and hot dogs. You're going to give them a range of variety of foods to eat. So, and like with thermal composting, that's a big process. You have to have the right ratio of carbons and nitrogens, and you have to wait weeks, you know, for it to mature and stuff. Whereas with composting with worms, you put food in the bin with their bedding, they eat it, it decomposes. You got your vermicompost that you can use. You can use it just straight vermicompost in your soil, or you can separate the compost from the poo, the worm castings, and make a tea with that, which is awesome. I use it all the time in my office. It's phenomenal. I only have plant offices. I don't have any vegetables, but it's a lot faster. And what you use for your worm bedding is all natural. It's all organic. And there's so many things you can use. And worms will eat most anything unless it's salty or hot. Because salt will burn them and hot stuff burns them too. So, but yeah, it's just, to me, it's just so much easier to do the vermicomposting than to do the thermal compost. So the worm, it's really amazing how the worm does this. So when they're underground there and they're aerating the soil and they're eating, they eat whatever's in front of them. So they eat the bacteria, and as the bacteria goes through their system, they pop that bacteria And that bacteria is full of nutrients, and that nutrient goes, the worm takes some of the nutrients, and then it also poops out some of the nutrients, and that's what's in its castings. So it's just amazing. And they, like I said, they eat anything. They're just whatever's in front, because they have no eyes, and they have no ears, and they have no nose, but they just eat. And it's just amazing how they do that. So, and in their stomach, which is really interesting, they're born with good bacteria in their stomach, which comes from their mother. So that good bacteria is coats their castings as it comes out. So then when it goes into your soil, it enhances your soil with these good microorganisms, which is part of the soil food web, or the poop loop, they call it. Because microbes eat each other's poop and they poop it out, and it's just, it's an amazing, amazing thing. So these are just a few things to put in your worm bins. They love watermelon. If you've ever been on YouTube, there's a thing on YouTube, they put a half a watermelon in a worm bin, and you just watch it just go down within days. Bam, gone. It's just gone. Between the microbes and the worms, it's just amazing. Good way to recycle cardboard, shredded paper, office paper. I use that. And old soil, you can put old soil in there too, and they'll kind of work through that too, and kind of regenerate it. So it's really great. Like I said, hot, spicy foods, grease, meat, stuff like that, poisonous plants and stuff. If you're going to put yard trimmings or leaves or anything, and just make sure you don't have any pesticides or herbicides, because they are chemicals and they do affect the worms' bodies. Okay, so for worm bedding, it's really simple. For me, I take coconut coir, I put it in water till it's nice and damp, and then I kind of squeeze it out to where it's not too wet, but it's not too dry. And then I mix some shredded paper with it, and then I mix food with it, any kind of food. And one of my good friends, her husband freezes their food scraps and then puts it in the bin. That way the food decomposes way faster once it's in the bin. It just decomposes way faster than if, let's say, you put a banana in there. So that's another way. So when you do this, you mix all this stuff together and you put your worms in, that's it. That's it. You let them work. You let them do their thing. And then you check them in 3 days, see how they're doing, see how the food situation's going. And then if it's doing okay, then wait another 3 days to see if they need more food. You don't want to overfeed them, because if you do, it's going to stink and you're going to get flies, fruit flies. Nobody likes fruit flies. So, and you can use your straw, leaves, old potting soil. And like I said, yeah, as long as you're not overfeeding your worms, you should do really good. They should do really well. So I'm just going to show you a few different kinds of ways to vermicompost, so it's not messy. So here we have the stackable worm farm, and what you do is on the bottom the bottom one there, you put your food in there and you put your worms in there. And then after they finish that, then you put the second one from the bottom and they work their way up there. Then in the bottom tray, you've got this vermicompost. You pull that out, you use it, and then you put your trays, pull your other trays down and put that one back on top. And then they just kind of move to the top, all the way to the top. So then that way you don't have to separate the worms from the vermicompost. Makes it a lot easier. So. This is a new one, the flow through worm bin. This is another one where you could do more so. These hold up to about 5 pounds of vermicompost. And all the compost goes to the bottom of the bag as the worms work their way up through the food on the top. And then once it's full, then you unzip the bottom of the bag, vermicompost comes out the bottom, you zip it back up, and you start all over again. It's amazing, amazing. But you might want to check your vermicompost for little orange eggs. Those are little worm eggs. And those things hatch out, and it'll hatch anywhere from 3 to 20 baby worms. So we've got to keep them going so they keep on regenerating, because worms only live 3 to 5 years in a worm bin in good conditions. So. This is the bucket system, the bucket method like I have back there. You could use for your office. It's got two separate ones where you put food in, and as the worms eat through that, the vermicompost falls through to the bottom. And so then, like, once again, you don't have to harvest the vermicompost, it's right there. And it's easy. And then at the bottom there, just in case it gets too wet, you got leachate. And leachate is all the juices that have drained from, if you've got too wet, drains to the bottom so the worms don't drown. Because the worms breathe through their skin. It can't be too wet because they will drown. I've drowned worms, I've cooked worms, I've crushed worms. So that's what I mean by checking your worms a lot, because anything can go wrong, which is sad. I feel really bad for killing all those worms. And this here is like an easy way to do it. I do this at work. This is what I have. I have a tote. And the top tote is for all the worms, their bedding. And then the bottom one is for the leachate, because there's always usually going to be juice coming out. And you want to separate that from the worms, because like I said, they'll drown because they breathe through their skin. So it's just another way of doing it that's easy. Just make sure it's got holes in it, so there's a lot of ventilation and it's aerated, so they don't suffocate, because they will suffocate. Because like I said, they breathe through their skin. So harvesting your vermicompost can be many different ways. A lot of people will take their bins and they'll turn them upside down, and then all the vermicompost is there. And you wait about 20 minutes and the worms will go to the bottom. And you take off that top layer of vermicompost and you separate it. And the worms will go down even further after about 20 minutes because they don't like light. Light burns their skin. And so you just slowly work your way through that. And like I said, always look for eggs, because that's your future vermicomposting farm. And you can use screens to do it too, to separate the worm castings from the compost. And you can use the compost just directly into your soil, which is really good. I like to do that, but I like to use the worm castings as a tea. And I usually use a gallon of water of city water, and I'll let it sit for 24 hours. You want to let the chlorine and chloramine dissipate from that city water, and then you add your worm castings to it. So after about an hour, it's all those juices are in that water, and you just take it. And I don't make a bag. I just pour them in there. It's because it's like it's good stuff. And then I water my plants with it once a week. And it's amazing to see the difference between a plant that has vermicompost in it compared to just regular water. I mean, the nutrients that it gives the plants are amazing. And my spider plants have gotten huge in flower pots, and these are just spider plants. So I can only imagine what would do to good food. So, and like it says, vermicompost has a soil food web within the castings that feed your plant and your soil. So, and whether you know it or not, those microbes actually help the plant stay healthy. If the plant is healthy and has the entire soil food web in the soil, those microbes cover that plant to where insects, pests, and diseases won't touch them, will not touch them, because they're so healthy. They have all the nutrients they need that you don't have to worry about pesticides or insecticides, any kind of chemicals. So worm bin problems. I've had worms leaving my bin. I had a coworker who was scared to death of worms. She was afraid that, and I asked her one time to, she would go up and feed my worms something, and she was like, no. She goes, I'm scared to death of worms. I'm like, why? She goes, I don't know. So one day I went up, and apparently my worm bin was either too hot or there was no food, because there were worms dried on the floor that were making their way downstairs where she worked. So I was like, okay, I gotta change something up there. So yeah, if it's too hot, they'll leave. If it's too much water, they'll leave. If you put too much food in, they get overwhelmed and it'll get smelly. If it does that, add some paper to it, and make sure it's mixed up nice. I mix it up. I mix up with my hands to make sure everything's good and there's enough moisture in them. Because worms are like 90% moisture. So if it's too dry, they will dry out, they'll die. And it'll cause anaerobic conditions. Anaerobic conditions means there's no air. There's no air. And those worms will smother to death. They'll die. They'll suffocate, which I've done that too. So, just making sure that you check your bins at least once a month, preferably once a week. Just make sure the conditions are fine. If it's too dry, take a sprayer and sprinkle it. If it's too wet, add some paper or coconut core to it to soak up all that excess moisture. So vermicompost alters your soil fertility with better aeration, holds water more, and with water disappearing all over the world in lakes and rivers, we have to start conserving water, and this helps with holding the water capacity. Electrical conductivity, and I know nobody really thinks about it, but the soil is an amazing thing. There's just so much going on down there. I could go on and on, but it would take forever. But it's got a root hormone in it that when you take your seeds and you soak your seeds in this casting tea, it will help the seeds sprout faster, root better, and also be stronger. It gives them a stronger start to the planting and stuff. So if you have a greenhouse or a garden and you want good healthy plants, it's a good way to start them out. And I would like to thank all these people, all these sites that I went to for information I've been researching for 10 years now. So thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you, Carol. I never thought I'd say this, but now I wish I had worms too. If anybody has any questions, we're going to try to keep things rolling along here. So feel free to just hit up Carol during lunch break or in between. Up next, we're going to get Elizabeth Borneman, who is the natural resource specialist for the Sitka tribe of Alaska. She's going to talk to us about climate adaptation plan.
All right, I'm going to try and do this in 15 minutes. Which is perhaps a bigger challenge than writing this climate adaptation plan over the last year and a half. But so again, my name is Elizabeth Borneman. I work with the Sitka tribe of Alaska as the natural resource specialist. And next slide. I, have lived in Sitka for about 7 years, and I came to the tribe in 2020 as an environmental specialist. And I'm currently the natural resource specialist running the tribal response program or brownfields. And in my spare time, when I have it, I love kayaking, foraging, and of course, carrying eggs. Sorry, we got to add some humor to this. How else are we going to eat our feelings at lunch? Next slide. So this is just a little glimpse of some of the extreme events that have occurred in Alaska in terms of climate. So we are dealing with wildfires in the interior. We're dealing with marine mammal die-offs, coastal erosion on the western coast, seabird die-offs, fish die-offs. It doesn't look great. And that's the point of this map, is every corner of Alaska is experiencing climate impacts and climate changes in vastly different ways, including Southeast Alaska down there in our cute little corner. And so, of course, as many of you have also experienced, the amount of climate research that is downscaled accurately and is also updated in terms of time is very limited when it comes to Southeast Alaska. And so we are parsing through a ton of information about the climate. It's coming in constantly, but often Southeast Alaska is either underrepresented, it's definitely underfunded, but sometimes it's not included at all, and certainly not in an accurate way that we can often utilize. Oh, sorry, can you go back one? Now I'm working ahead. So obviously the importance of climate change is to understand what's coming. We need to understand what we're facing in order to manage, the resources that we have been utilizing since time immemorial, and certainly to provide safe and healthy access to these resources for tribal citizens. And so the Sitka Tribe of Alaska mission is to exercise sovereign rights and powers, to preserve the integrity of tribal society, and to improve the lives of individual tribal citizens. And so climate adaptation fits right in with that mission, and certainly with the mission of the Resource Protection Department, which is the department that I work in. All right, next slide. And so getting started can be very overwhelming. And thankfully, I had the amazing work of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida and their regional climate adaptation plan that got me about 5 steps up the staircase. So I didn't have to start from scratch, which was an incredible benefit. Yes. Oh my gosh, please clap for you. Yes, it was awesome. And so that was utilized, I utilized that as a template for what we were going to look at in our climate adaptation plan. And so having that outline and then identifying the scope of our report and what we were going to look at geographically speaking made it a lot easier to move forward and to try and start wading through the information that we're looking at in terms of climate. And then, of course, using traditional ecological knowledge, using the resources that I had within our department, old interviews, books that have been written, publicly available data, like that was incredibly, there was a lot of Googling. And so really utilizing that information to build out my own understanding of what is the cultural and what is the system I'm coming into to write this report, and how do I do it in a way that really circles back to the people that we're meant to serve in our tribal community. Next slide. So I ended up feeling like this guy, and I'm going to do my best to put this photo in every single presentation that I can this week. I'm 2 for 2 now. So this is how I feel at the end of writing a climate adaptation plan for a 1.5 years. Everything is connected. And so when you're looking, I had a question about, I'm going to look at salmon. I'm going to talk about what happens to salmon in the rivers with the change of precipitation. Well, then the change of precipitation rolls into the changes in the forest structure. And then you're looking at, well, what's the change in the emergence of salmon when the water and the air get warmer? Well, now the salmon are coming out a little bit earlier, but they may not be matching up with food sources in the marine environment. So all of a sudden I have 16 different tabs open, 8 of them are notes, and I'm just trying to put information in categories so that at the end of the day, it's in a readable format and not, it doesn't look like this in my office anymore. Next slide. And so this is the scope of our report. We're looking at the traditional territory of the Sitka tribe of Alaska and the land, ocean, and natural resources contained in this area. So the western half of Baranof Island and the southwestern portion of Ketchikan Island. Next slide. And COVID made this pretty difficult. I started in July of 2020, and I barely even got to know my coworkers because we were sequestered in our offices or we were sequestered at home. And so really getting out into the community and talking to people about their concerns with climate or what they have noticed about harvesting the species that they really like to harvest. Having that community interaction was limited. We didn't get to do climate workshops that have been modeled in other people being able to do these projects. And so I really had to dive into the resources within my department, the resources within the tribe, and use the internet, which is my least favorite thing. So we did create this online survey that people could take. It was, kind of brought together a lot of different elements of climate adaptation surveys. So we're looking at what kind of impacts are people concerned about? What resources are they noticing have been changed, or are they concerned about any specific resources moving forward? And so trying to get some of that survey data that could help us forward the scope of the report, but also allow people to have that open-ended question and answer where they could get in contact with us and have deeper conversations in a safe way during COVID. Next slide. And so from the survey and from tribal needs assessments and other documents that had been gathered by the Resource Protection Department, we identified a few of these concerns of tribal citizens. And so herring was a really, really big one. People are concerned about heavy metal contamination in subsistence resources. We're looking at just the generalized impacts of climate change. What does that look like on the Sitka level? And of course, just the protection of citizens' rights to access safe and healthy populations of natural resources. Next slide. And so, listening to the concerns of tribal citizens underpins every single resource project that we do. If there's no community buy-in, what's the point of the work that we're doing? And so looking at some of these goals up on the board and some of these concerns that people had, these are all things that are already being addressed with projects that are either going on at the Sitka tribe or in the community of Sitka at large. We heard about the landslide dashboard yesterday, which was a really incredible effort, and hopefully will have lasting implications throughout the community. But we're also doing limnology surveys to understand what the freshwater environment is in our sockeye rearing lake at Cloud Lake. as well as the harmful algal bloom testing and PST testing that is going on under the Cedar partnership. And so there's lots of ways that we're already gathering these data sets in order to hopefully be able to continue answering and letting people know that like their concerns are being heard on a regular basis. Next slide. Humans, man, we're the worst. Gotta add a little levity. Next slide. So I won't go through all of these. These are the climate impacts that we did include in our climate adaptation report. And these are impacts that are going to affect Sitka, are already affecting Sitka, and will continue to impact the area in the following decades. And so some of these are really, really globalized. We're talking sea level rise, we're talking ocean acidification, but how they manifest in a localized environment is often a lot different than what we hear from the traditional media and other climate research coming out. Next slide. So one thing I did want to focus on is, record high temperatures. Sitka hit 88 degrees last summer. This one was 87, but that is unheard of. We were melting and the kids were having a great time. And so while the bluebird days are amazing and they feel great, we're also dealing with things like, potential for the rivers to get too hot. And the rivers are not matching up with when the precipitation is coming down from the mountains. And so rainfall regime streams are going to have these different issues where there's not cool enough water for the fish to migrate successfully. And what I said before of earlier emergence of fry, and that's only when we're talking about fish. There's every single species has its own temperature niche, its own range, its own habitat, and we don't know enough about all of these things to really accurately put these projections forward of how does this individual species in the Sitka area adapt to climate change. But our gardens might have a longer growing season, so that could be a silver lining. We might have some food security element built into that of the growing season is going to be longer. And so how does that beneficially impact and how can we plan for something like that in the future? Next slide. Of course, more rain is not anything we want to deal with in the rainforest. We are tired and none of us are going to start carrying umbrellas anytime soon. So it's just really dealing with more rain and at different times of the year is something that is projected to occur. And so we can still experience drought. I mean, we're still going to be having warmer weather. And so drought conditions followed by really, really, really rainy and extreme weather events are going to become more prevalent. And these storm events can also occur more frequently, and then they're going to be more intense. And so we could have issues that arise with infrastructure as, more water is coming after periods of drought, influencing landslides, influencing the infrastructure in terms of roads and residential areas. And, water and pollutants can become worse when there's more rain and it's warmer. Next slide. So with all this discussion of, coastal erosion and sea level flooding, I was really interested to find out that coastal erosion, while that's an issue, sea level rise isn't as much of an impact in Sitka because of isostatic rebound. And that's something you guys are experiencing here in Juneau as well, where the Mendenhall Valley is slowly rising and you're getting more land that's coming up out of the water. And so in Sitka, we're experiencing that as well. It's about 3 millimeters rise a year at the moment. But relative sea level is actually dropping. And so it's outpacing that rise. The isostatic rise is outpacing the current rate of sea level rise. And Sitka itself has risen about over 30 feet since deglaciation at the end of the last little ice age, which I just thought was really interesting. And of course, our local porky population is very glad to hear that. So with the increase in storm events, there's this idea that coastal erosion could be the highest or could have the most impact like during high tide events. And so if a storm comes during a high tide event, there's that much more water and there's that much more power coming behind those events and then washing away roads or bridges or culverts and damaging infrastructure. Next slide. And of course, ocean acidification. We have a really cool percolator in our lab. And while we can't do a lot about ocean acidification globally, it's changing more rapidly than we can even keep track of sometimes. We are able to track what these ocean chemistry trends are from the comfort of our cute little office. And so we can look at what are the daily fluctuations, what are the seasonal fluctuations, and try to answer some of the questions about how calcifying organisms from crab to hermit crabs to abalone to seaweeds and other
marine animals are being influenced by ocean acidification. All right, next slide. And harmful algal blooms. I know a lot of you send your shellfish samples to us for testing. And this has been an effort that I've been really interested in helping out with in our department, and going out and digging holes is one of my favorite things, helping my coworkers out. And so doing phytoplankton tows, tracking the emergence of algal blooms and the diversity of the species that are in those populations is a really interesting way to start to try and have enough data to model what the connection is between when harmful algal blooms occur, and then what is the longevity of when those harmful algal blooms could potentially appear as PSTs in the shellfish species that we do have in the Sitka area and far beyond, as well as, you know, the other factors that are influencing the increased frequency and increased intensity of algal blooms, and then potentially new species that could come in that would also have toxins that would be impacting our natural resources. Next slide. And that's just a really beautiful photo of Silver Bay and Sitka from the side of Bear Mountain. One of our colleagues took that photo, and I just thought it was, you know, it can be bad and it can have these harmful implications, but it's a beautiful time of year to be in Sitka. Next slide. And then forest habitat changes. This is a photo of a little bit north of Sitka and Peninsula Bay, where you can see the yellow cedar die off. And so there's very much deforested areas that the cedar trees, because they are so strong and have such unique wood, like they're still standing, but they have been dying for upwards of 80 years. And we also are dealing with hemlock budworm infestations and spruce beetle outbreaks. That's hard. And so those happen on a cyclical basis, but they are exacerbated by warmer temperatures. And so we can see them coming through more often and lasting a little bit longer before they run out of food. And I know we were talking yesterday about the berries and the Sitka Sound Science Center project. And I found the berry phenology to be so interesting about how the berries take the environmental information around them, like in terms of snow melt. Apparently blueberries are influenced by the timing of the snow melt for when they emerge every year, whereas salmon berries will make the buds for their next year a year behind. So they'll do it a year in the past. And so if there's a really warm fall, the salmon berries will start to bloom again. And then if it gets cold, they obviously don't actually create berries, they just have the blossoms, but then they don't have any of that energy in reserve, and they have to hustle the next year to put those berries out or put their blooms out to get those berries to be available for us to pick or for other animals to eat. And so just how berries are taking in that environmental information is so different species to species. And we are still at the tip of the iceberg of understanding how these species that we really rely on are managing climate change. And I'll go to the next slide. All right, next slide. And some of the invasive species that we're dealing with, European green crab is one that's just gotten back on our radar and had some that were found in Metlakatla. And I know we're going to hear more about that tomorrow or on Thursday. So I'm really interested in that. But Japanese knotweed is another one that we're looking at and tracking, as well as Didinium vixellium, which is in our Whiting River in Sitka. And so things like more precipitation and warmer weather can influence the growth of more mosquitoes and potentially introduce ticks as well to the Sitka area. And those can both have human health impacts in terms of vector-borne illnesses. And so that's something that can influence the vulnerable populations in Sitka. Next slide. And so just some of the human health impacts, I won't go into them too much because I know we are running up on the end of our presentation, but we're really just trying to protect people. We're trying to protect people and the natural world around us and keep these systems in place as long as we can. Next slide. So these are the species we looked at. I'll be sure to try and get a link out to our climate adaptation plan so you guys can look at it a little more in depth. It's just some casual light reading. But these are the species that we went through and had little sections on. Next slide. Just some more photos of our beautiful resources. And so I won't go through that stuff. This is the vulnerability matrix. Slide. And this is just how we kind of like not prioritize, but how we utilize the data that we gathered in order to put this like kind of assessment together of, well, how do we how do we rank or how do we anticipate certain species are going to react to the climate impacts that we've been reading about? And so this is a really like qualitative analysis. It's not quantitative in any way. Like 5 different researchers will look at the work that like the research that I looked at and come up with a different way of putting all these species in this diagram. But really it's just a way of showing our uncertainty with what's going to happen in the future, but to also put credit where credit is due with the research that was done, just to try and have a foundation to move forward with. Next slide. And so then we have action items. There's no point in writing a plan like this if you don't have some steps for moving forward. And so we have these mitigation measures or action tables that we created with some things that were just, some of them are dream goals. What would the ideal circumstance be if we had all the staff, all the funding to accomplish these goals that we have identified in this climate adaptation plan? And so some things are, we just want more money for our traditional foods program. We want to know that we have deer to pass out to elders. We want to know that there's going to be enough. And so how do we maybe potentially look at the things that influence the deer population, like really, really harsh winters, and then move forward with that, with potentially influencing harvest structure changes if that's appropriate. Next slide. And so our next steps, the best thing about a climate adaptation plan is that it's a living document. It's not meant to be perfect the first time around or the second time around or the third time around. It's simply meant to be a foundation and that we can continue to walk forward with it and improve it on it as necessary. And so I know I'm really excited to continue being involved in this work. I've poured a lot into it and I'm excited to see where it goes and what this climate adaptation plan allows us to do within the Sitka tribe and as well as within the community. This will be a public document, so it's going to be for anybody to read, and don't email me if something is spelled wrong. Last slide. And so, yeah, that's me. Hopefully we can go get some snacks for lunch this afternoon, but if you do have any questions or comments or want to talk about anything in this presentation, feel free to get in touch.
Elizabeth. Over here, really quickly, someone on the chat, Crystal Nelson, wanted to know if your guys' climate change adaptation plan is open to the public.
Yes, it is open to the public, but it's not available on our website yet. So I can actually put, I have a link to it in my notes, and we can probably put it in the chat really quick, and then I can make sure that it gets the link sent out to like everyone on the email listserv for this workshop, if we can figure that out. So yeah, it will be available, or you can email me and I'll send it to you.
And one more on that, does it include mass care for humans?
It does not. And so that's something that did get brought up in like kind of the editing process. We were running this climate adaptation plan through our cultural committees, our natural resource committee, and our tribal council. And people on those committees did have concerns about like, okay, what's the emergency planning? Like how are we dealing with potential for more viruses to come out of melting permafrost? And I'm not the person who's going to be looking into those specific things, but people within the Sitka tribe, that could be their purview. So it's been passed around to all the directors of all of the departments within the Sitka tribe. And so they can be in charge of working on using this climate adaptation plan to create like transportation plans or to create social service plans and to really utilize this document for their own specific needs and the things that they are experts at.
All right. Well, thank you, Elizabeth. That's it for the morning, folks. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a pleasure sitting here and talking to you all. We've got about an hour break, so we'll come back at 12:50. A couple of reminders, if you haven't signed in, we do have the registration sheets back there at the entrance table, so make sure you jot your name down so that we know that you were here. And also, again, if you were a Cedar partner and you're willing to participate in the survey, come talk to the nice folks back at the back table there. I do believe there may be some compensation involved as well. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you after lunch.
That's gonna work. In our stories, we talk about so when the but you really don't know what that is. And that's why I remember it's
All right, I think we're gonna get started here in probably a minute. Just give people a little bit more time to come back in. Yeah. You know, okay, I think we're gonna get started. I hope everybody had a really yummy lunch. I was talking to Lindsay before lunch and I was saying, I love meeting new people. I love talking to people, but I'm still that quiet kid in the class at heart. So I'm a little nervous, but it's all good. I got nervous before when I was talking in Wrangell, and Virginia Oliver, who's our one fluent Tlingit speaker. She gave me some advice and she said, just put your hand over your heart and take a big deep breath. So if you want to join me, you can do that now with me. So thank you, Virginia. And I'm not nervous because I'm afraid. I'm honored to be able to speak to all of you. And I don't want to miss and forget to say something important. So pretty soon we're going to start on some talks, but I'm just going to talk for a little bit before that. My name is Val Massey. I was born and raised in Snohomish, Washington, and now I live in Wrangell, and I am the IGAP coordinator for the Wrangell Cooperative Association.
and that is traditional Shaki Kwan land. I'm honored to be the IGAP coordinator for WCA. I work most closely with Kim Wickman, who is here, I think, probably back from lunch. She has taught me so much. She was born and raised in Wrangell. She's raising her family there. She's a WCA member, and she really holds the vision for a healthy and abundant community. Which I really appreciate that she does that day to day. I took over this role from someone that you probably know more than me, Chris Hatton. Does anybody remember her from 2019? Yeah, she's still doing really well, and I'm sure she would love to see you all, but now I get to fill her role. I started in February 2020, and I really floundered in the beginning. It kind of felt like when you're going hiking or hunting and you're staring at the edge of the forest and you're like, oh man, I got to bushwhack through that. I just felt like that. We went home, we worked from home, we all had a very similar experience at that time. But thanks to guidance from everybody around me and many of you, really found our way. So thank you to Kim, and thank you, Michelle Davis, also for always that calming energy that I think we've all experienced before. We also have partners who all kept pushing through with the daily uncertainties to hold that same vision. SCITC, Tlingit Haida, Forest Service, USGS, Razor, Cedar. And now that we've all climbed slowly and not surely, but kept climbing, we've reached this kind of spot in the pandemic that feels like a muskeg, like when you're finally in the clearing and you can kind of see how far you've come and where you are. And one of the most exciting things for WCA, I think, is that we're able to now build more relationships. For example, with SIAC, thank you, Heather and Miranda, and with Chris Whitehead and Ocean and Earth, and hopefully everybody in this room. The last time I was in this room was to watch the senior Mount St. Elias dancers perform during celebration this year. This year's celebration was led by Wrangell's Shahak Kwan and JOM Katsatlan dancers, which was amazing to see. It meant so much to be able to come to celebration, to see people from our community and from all over Southeast singing and dancing and reconnecting with their whole heart. And it's a feeling that I will always carry with me. Next week in Wrangell, we'll be having a Sharing Our Knowledge conference, so I hope that we'll see some of you there. And in the coming years, I hope that we'll all be able to see each other again at the next Alaska Just Transition Summit, which is about finding a regenerative economy for Alaska in an equitable way, which is something that it has to happen. And if you haven't heard of them, please look them up. They're doing really great work, like everyone here is doing. And I just want to finish this up with saying that I'm so grateful that we can all gather again, and I feel we get to feel the energy that keeps us all going. There will come a time for all of us to listen, to speak, and to answer a call to action. And these gatherings help us all feel ready for each of those moments. So thank you, Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh. Thank you for hosting. And now I'm really honored to welcome up some other speakers to the stand. Rob Sanderson Jr. of the Southeast Alaska Indigenous Transboundary Commission. Then we'll have Jill Weitz from Haida. She's the Natural Resource Manager, and then Jenn Hamblen of the U.S. Geological Survey. And this talk will be about Transboundary Rivers. So I'll turn it over.
Before I go into my presentation, I would again like to thank Quan for letting us do business on their land. So Háw'aa very much for allowing us to do so. My name is Rob Sanderson Jr. I serve as the second vice president of Tlingit Haida. I also serve as the chair and president of Southeast Indigenous Transboundary. I'm going to give a brief history of our organization. What used to be called the United Mining Tribal Transboundary Work Group, and we changed that, I believe, in 2017. And so with that, I would like to recognize our Executive Director, Guy Archibald. And I see we have a few of our board members here. If you can stand just for a second so people could see who you are. Daniel here. I see another one, but I won't pick on him. You got Uncle John? Yeah. All right. Well, very good then. Anyway, this is our logo right here. And so, you know, we're going to talk about our history, our accomplishments, and the next steps here. And so if we can go to the next slide, that would be great. So anyway, the SCITC, as we call ourselves, we were formed in 2014 in Craig, Alaska, at a meeting held in Craig, hosted by Kasaan. The name of the meeting was the Southeast Alaska Travel Summit on Headwater Transboundary Development. And that's where SCITC was born. I believe there are just like 3 or 4 of us left on the original group. Myself, President Pearson, Tony, Clint Cook, and just a couple others that are still hanging in there from the original group that we founded in Craig. And we founded this group to combat large-scale industrial pollution coming out of the headwaters in BC. And so, you know, as I said earlier, in the talks that we've been having over the last couple of days, it seems like the tribes are always the ones that are taking the lead when something like this comes down the pipe. And I own those words, you know, because we have to protect our waterways, our lands, rivers, everything, you know, they're all connected. You can't put a dollar value on the issues that we're talking about. You hear a lot of different organizations saying, well, it's a $1 billion business, and it is to Southeast Alaska in the fisheries, you know, but you can't put a dollar value on our way of life, our culture that our people have been practicing for 12,000 years. And we're doing this to go into the next 7 generations. And, you know, I'm not going to go full bore in my presentation. You know, we have some young leaders in here that want to learn. And I'd like to tell them that it's okay to make mistakes, you know. I may be a head of an organization here, but I'm not the brainchild, you know. We pay good people to bring their expertise in to help us grow. And that's one of our things that we are doing at SCIPC. We're going to start mentoring in younger people to eventually fill our shoes someday, because transboundary is going to be here with us forever. Our grandchildren are going to be the ones that are going to endure the pain when the life of these mines are over with, you know. And we'll be talking about some mines that are so gigantic, they'll make the pebble look like a pond, like the KSM, if that ever comes to fruition. You know, they already have the infrastructure there, you know, and, you know, a lot of the, and I'm not going to go read off everything here. I'm just going to go and talk about what I know. You guys can read up there as we go through these slides here, but we're not talking about a lot of the things that are happening on the other side of the border with British Columbia. You know, a lot of people seem laser focused on the pebble mine. But let me tell you, you know, if you ever get that KSM mine going in the Unigrew watershed, that will make the Stikine River Red Chris mine look like a little tailing pond. You'd have 3 mountains, the Kerr sulfate neutral deposits that are around 5,000 feet high, they'll drop into sea level. And you'll have 2 largest open pit mines in the world, only 20 miles behind the border, about 85 miles behind Ketchikan, Alaska. And the tailing sites for that would be absolutely enormous. You got the Red Chris mine's tailing site. The front of the dam is almost half as high as the Space Needle now. And the Red Chris is a river that is a tributary that feeds into the Stikine River. You know, we live in a very seismic active area with the room of fire. And all it would take was one good shake and that thing's going down there, and it's going to go all the way down into Stikine River. And that Red Chris mine is the same setup as the Mount Holly mine. You know what happened down there northwest of Vancouver, or northeast of Vancouver, correct? Yes. And so it poisoned a lake called Quesnel Lake, which was a sockeye salmon spawning lake. It was a tributary that led into the Fraser River. Now they use it as a tailing site, pumping in what they call clean water. You know, we don't buy that, you know, the words I would like to use to them, I'm not gonna say that here. And we can't let that happen in our waterways here, in our headwaters in British Columbia. And we're gonna, you know, work with all of our partners to make sure that we could at least be at the table. You know, we're dealing with another country, different laws, but there are laws that we're allowed to jump into, and you know, we'll be talking about DRIPA and all these other fancy names and acronyms, but we'll give you guys a name to them. So anyway, that's the reason why we formed this group. We have 15 member tribes in the organization. And so anyway, we have the resolution here, was passed by our delegates here in the 2022 April Travel Assembly here in June, Alaska. It passed unanimously. It gets support from Tlingit and Haida to support SCITC in our endeavors, and work alongside them too on transboundary. So that's our resolutions there. So we're empowered by resolutions from member tribes to work for the rights of all Southeast tribes in BC, focus on our resources, looking at ways to protect, you know, transboundary rivers, seeks the rights of consultation and consent for tribes, and not only that, from these First Nations across the border. We speak all in one powerful voice, and that means everybody on the commission. You know, I talked about the city governments getting involved yesterday, the boroughs, everybody, you know. Oh, let's bring in the cruise ship industry and help us fund some of these things that we want to do going into the future. So, you know, we're actually the ones that are really protecting this fishery, even for the sports sector. You know, they're not paying. You know, it's the commercial guys that pay the management of the fisheries. You know, it's not the sport guys. So, and we're in a sense protecting an industry that they're making a living on. So we need to hold them accountable too. So everybody's involved. So anyway, next slide, please. Thank you. And so what we have up here is our area here. Of course, this is our member tribes here. You guys can see that. I don't have to read them. And these are our partners over here. Strength of Unity. And we have the Unit River here to talk to. And where are we at here? We got the Stikine right here. And then we got up here the Elsack River. And then we got the Chilkat. And is it the Chilkoot? Okay. Both of them that are in danger of mining operations. And as you know, that we're not just talking about salmon in these river systems. You're also talking about the fish of trade, the hooligan, right? And that's a very important one. You know, every one of these rivers here, they are absolutely our lifeline in Southeast Alaska. You know, our ancestors were cradled for 12,000 years in these lands and waterways, and they had ways of protecting things. If one system wasn't working, or if it wasn't going well, they'd move on to another one. They always had something in place. They only took what they needed from these river systems. And of course, the smaller waterways here in Southeast Alaska. So if you can go and take a look at where Ketchikan is. All right, where am I at here? Anyway, I'll just go to Sax. What is Ketchikan here? So the KSM is right in this area here. Okay, close to it. Going to the Unit River there. So when you talk about the size of the pebble, and then you try to compare that to the KSI mix apples and oranges, that's not being spoken about. And I'm really hammering away on this one here because that's just one investor away from getting started. That would be a real earth shaker, that one. I couldn't even tell you the colossal how big that mine would be, so. Anyway, like I said, here's our member tribe, we have, I'm not gonna read them all here, but. We got a very good, hardworking, commission, we've got good people on our commission now that represent the member tribes. So we're very happy, keep moving and doing the best we can for our people, because it's not us that we're working for. It's not the people that are in this room that we're working for. It's our children, our grandchildren, and to the next 7 generations coming before us. So we need to keep that in mind whenever we get to the table. It's not about us, it's about our young ones and going into the future and giving them hope that there is a future that is bright. We live in a very gloomy world right now. Not to get into all the things that are happening now, but we have a part to play in keeping our area as pristine as possible. I've always said that Southeast Alaska is probably the most pristine place on earth. And I still own those words today. You look at California, some of these places are all drying up, forest fires, the list goes on and on and on. And everything that we're talking about here ties into these rivers, drought, Ketchikan. I've never seen anything like that in my life. There was 3 days straight that I hit over 100 degrees on my deck. Although I live in a cul-de-sac area and there's no direct wind there coming from the north. But the weatherman said 70, 80, but no, you ask any local there, it was jumping into the 90s, even into the triple digits in some areas of town. And that's going to be the new norm. That truly is going to be the new norm for us. And it will affect these rivers in one way or another. Because that same heat domes that are going to be coming over us in the future are going to be settling right over the headwaters of these large rivers that we're talking about. So anyway, I'm not going to go ahead and try to pronounce the names of the rivers we have up here on the board. We got the Unit, we got the Taku, we got the Stikine and the Elsack. So recently, the Tuscarawas chief, that's been built 60-some years ago along the Tuscarawas River. That's a tributary that goes into the Taku River. Has been leaching acid generated tailings for that long, and so it's out of receivership now. And we've been meeting with First Nations, BC environmental assessment offices, to get something done. And I believe was it 2019. Joe Weitz and I met with Senator Sullivan and Lisa Murkowski at NOAA offices here in Juneau. And we had, and Dunleavy was just, his administration was new. They're probably just his first year in. And, I mentioned they had a city straight across from each other, Sullivan and Murkowski and Jill and I. And I looked over and thought, well, we have a problem with the Taku. That's probably our most urgent one now. And so I'd mentioned that to Sullivan and Murkowski that we need a good faith effort on one of these mines. And I think no better one could be than the Taku River. And he agreed, Sullivan agreed that, this would be a good starting point to try to bring the governments closer to work together. And now that the Tuscarawas chief is out of receivership, now they have to own their words. It's time to start moving and getting that mine cleaned up. It's been too damn long. And I believe we'll get there. It maybe take a couple, 3 years. Guys thinking more like around 4 or 5, but you know what? That's fast when you're working with the Canadian government. But I assure you, we're going to continue to push on that to get that mine cleaned up. And then, because I firmly believe it's going to set precedent on how the other mines are going to be reacted to in the future. You talked about the red chris, okay? The red chris, almost pushing 400 feet high. How much are you going to go with that tailing sites? Who's going to take care of it after the life of the mine's over with? You would have to pay not millions, but billions of dollars to take care of that tailing site. It would have to be done in perpetuity your whole life, forever. And we know that's not gonna happen, not with the earth-made dam. Now, once the earthquake in that area, that whole thing's shooting out down to the Stikine River, and that'll be the end of that river. I'll guarantee you. You know, that's a lot of acid-generated tailings being held back. You know, by a site that is so enormous that it makes the earth-moving truck look like a Tonka toy. And that's how they build that dam up. So anyway, we don't have a river picture that we should have, but we don't. But anyway, as you can see, all very beautiful river systems. We have other rivers that we're concerned about, and we're working on those too. But I think if we try to take on too much, and you know, I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. Take on too much and look at every one of these single mines that are going up along the BC border. We're here with Southeast Alaska. That's taking off a little bit more than we can choose. So we're really focusing on the unit, the Stikine, and the LSAC, and the Chilkat and the Chilkoot. So yeah, next slide, please. So, you know, it's our turn to protect, you know, the salmon, you know, that protects our people for thousands of years. We have a right. It's a human right to have clean water. You know, it's probably the most important human right that we can have out of any kind of human right that we have on the face of this earth is water. You know, I've come to understand, not sure, I don't know how I did not know this, but there are some states that make it illegal to even collect rainwater in barrels that come through their drainage. I could not believe that, you know, to collect rainwater for drinking. That's insane. Who does that? No. I have no words for that one. Wouldn't even know how to reply, but I find that to be true. So anyway, you know, it's our duty, like I said, you know, to protect and do what we can these rivers and our waterways and everything that lives around them. You got the moose, the bears, salmon, the woogans, and all the 5 salmon species that go up these river systems. And we're not even talking about what's going on in our smaller systems. You know, there's mining activity. I talked about the Greens Creek with some of the federal people that were here earlier today. We know how that's going. So anyway, you got the red Chris right here. All right, this is the acid drainage pond that's coming out of the mine that's seeping into the Tuscarora River, flowing into the Taku River right here. This has been going on for, what is it, Guy? 60 years now?
65.
Oh, 65 years. Okay. All right. Thank you for the correction on that. And so here's the acid leaching out of the mine site, right? And so that's all flown into the Taku. So this would be our first priority right here. And I believe we'll get there. Hopefully it won't take 3-4 years. And we're going to continue to work with our federal partners, Murkowski, Sullivan, and whoever the new congressperson or woman may be. And we're also going to continue to work with the chairs on the International Joint Commission, you know, the BC provisional government and First Nations, our tribes here in Southeast Alaska. And so, yeah, that one's probably out of any, the one that we want to get done the quickest. And the second one would be the Red Chris mine here. As you can see, that's the Earth-sized moving truck right there. And that's almost half as high as the Space Needle now. Can you imagine that thing going down, shooting out down through the Red Chris tributary into the key? That would be it for Wrangell. That, make no mistake, I'm not going to mince my words when I say that. That would be the end of their fishery in that. And that would just shoot right out of there. And so the Red Chris, right, is the same company that owns the Red Chris owns Mount Poly. And Mount Poly is still operating today. They just put a Band-Aid fix on this thing here, right? And so Quesnel Lake just goes down, is where the water flowed down into the lake. And they didn't have too much, that's fine, I'll keep going. They didn't do nothing, but they just made a tailing site out of the pond that they damaged, and that was a holding site I mean, that was a pristine sockeye river, the Quesnel Lake. So anyway, moving on, I'm getting, I guess I have a little bit of hard time here. So anyway, SCITC, we filed a complaint to the United Nations Commission on Human Rights to point out these mines and did not, they did not seek our consultation and violate our rights to self-determination. The complaint was accepted. So I'm not going to go through all this here, but the update, Canada responded 4 months later after the deadline, claiming it had no ideas that Alaska tribes were even, you know, concerned. Hell, we're on to receiving end of the dirty stick. You know, everything that's coming out of Canada is going to go right into our waterways, all from the top of Southeast Alaska to the very bottom, and even into the Canada, into their rivers. So anyway, SCITC held 3 Indigenous leadership summits. We are now working on one, and we'll be making an announcement when that happens, when that does happen. So anyway, we did go ahead and declare a salmon emergency on our king salmon down in the one in Lummi at the Silver Ring Casino. And so, you know, the picture was being painted on the wall, even more so at that summit on where our king salmon were going. And, you know, and I know I have to wrap up soon, but just to let you know, especially to the elders that are in the room, they can tell you when they go back and, you know, talking to Uncle John and when they go out fishing in these derbies years back, a lot longer before our times. Tell somebody's fished out there at Ketchikan were 80 pounds, 90 pounds, derby winners. Nowadays, a 40-pounder makes the news, you know, so what does that tell you? You know, talking to Louis Wagner, even thinks that the king salmon are starving out there. So that's a whole different subject. So anyway, next steps, path forward. BC passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, TRIPA, in 2019. And so TRIPA mandates that the government bring provincial laws into alignment with the United Nations Declaration and allows for flexibility for the province to enter into agreements with the broader nation of Indigenous governments, and that includes us, SCITC, and other tribes that may not be members of the SCICT has that right to do that. So anyway, the SK Creek which is a mine. It's an older mine, but they're trying to reopen it. That one's behind Ketchikan, and the SK Creek is in the Unique River watershed. At SK Creek, they left that mine, I believe, right, pretty filthy when they just up and leave mines. Canadian governments and mines are just notorious for leaving mines just absolutely unclean. No checks and balances on them, you know, the dirty drums of whatever they use to break up the minerals and the rock and whatnot. So anyway, right here we have the SK Creek site, and then over here you have the KSM project, and you got the Unique River here. So SK Creek site, you know, once that gets up and going too, that's going to be including the Unique River. So let's move on from that. So the Decitel decision affirms that the Indigenous peoples have the right to traditional lands recognized at the time of European contact. So that decision by the Supreme Court of Canada allows even us to go into our traditional territories. I'll use Haida. We have that right in that court decision. I'll use Haida, my hometown. We have that right to go within our territories to go over into Haida and even hunt and fish over there. You know, so people need to know that. Am I correct on that guy? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, and this is Mr. Rick Decitel, the one that went and actually hunted on purpose over in Canada on his traditional homelands, and I believe he comes from, how do they pronounce that? The Sinix tribe. Sinix tribe. So he's the one that won that bird battle. Good for him. Sometimes I think a lot of us have to go out there and get in trouble on purpose so we can bring attention to things like that, you know. Throw the cuffs on us, go ahead. So we'll make a big deal out of it if that's what you want. So anyway, you know, Sea Alaska's contracted with the Sea Alaska Heritage Institute to document and recognize territories in the Unique River watershed. I'm not going to read all that. You can read that. So anyway, how does SCITC view the Decitel decision? You know, SCIT will not betray the colonial idea of hard borders between Indigenous tribes. Again, I'll use Haida. You know, they have that invisible line that runs straight through to Dixon entrance. Some of them have them right up on Cape Shacken, so. But anyway, I'm not gonna go through all this. I know I'm on a short time here, so, but, we're gonna go ahead and, stay within our laws and definitely go after hard on what they're trying to push back on us, the traditional Tlingit territories. These are the mines that are operating in the red. The proposed mine sites here, you can see there, and then you got the abandoned mines, and you got one right there. That's gonna start back up, which is the SK Creek. So anyway, we got our work cut out for us here. Again, everything, everybody's making a profit on their side, and I don't see any of us making a profit on this side, so we have to do everything we can to protect our river system. So anyway, we got the Wrangell seafood consumption, and Guy's gonna speak about this, I don't know when, but is it this one or is it gonna be in Wrangell? In Wrangell at the Knowledge Conference. But anyway, certain toxins bioaccumulates in the food that we eat that end up in our food chain. So the national average, and this is, Guy, maybe you can help explain a little bit. This is how the EPA, you know what? I'm not a scientist, but I do know one thing, that this is the national average here for Washington State. The average for the US is 19.5 grams, and for Alaska, it's 6.5 grams. And so I'm gonna let Guy just talk just a brief second on this, please, and just give them a brief update what this actually really means.
Thank you. We've asked Guy Archibald, the Executive Director of Southeast Indigenous Transboundary Commission. The state of Alaska sets water quality standards for a class of chemicals called the human health criteria because they're persistent in the environment, they bioaccumulate up the food chain, and they end up on your dinner plate. So your drinking water and aquatic life criteria are based on an estimate of how much fish you eat, because that's the primary exposure pathway. Alaska estimates that you only eat 6.5 grams of fish per day. That's a nickel weighs 5 grams. EPA recommends for subsistence populations that it be 142.4. That was set in 2000. Alaska is still 6.5. The national average for everybody, including people who don't eat fish, is 17.5. Alaska is still 6.5. Washington and Oregon are both at 175. Tribes did every single fish consumption survey in the United States is done by a tribe. And so we're going to start doing that here in Southeast Alaska.
Thank you. It's always got to call on the expert once in a while. So anyway, what do we have here next? How to assure success. Well, again, I'm not going to go over everything that we talked about, but I will say this though. This is looking at this one here. This is probably the most important one right here. We must bring our youth into this effort. We got a couple of young gentlemen here from Cape, and I'm glad to see them there. And I believe that's something that SCITC is going to do, is start bringing in youth so that we can mentor. That's something that we're going to be putting on our agenda to help, bring and make this organization a lot more stronger, because without our youth at the table, we're doing all this for nothing. So we need to get them up and running. So we have a lot of good youth leaders out there. We got a good mentors. So, thank you to all of you that are here. I learn from each and every one of you. Sometimes some people say I'm a little bit radical with the federal government, state, or whatever, but it's all good. I'm going to leave here with this here. So the KSM, right? At the start of Dunleavy's administration, when he was voted in, the KSM is so colossal, it has a 35,000 document page EIS environmental impact statement. The state of Alaska replied with a 1-page reply to that. Who does that? The state's not our friend in this fight. I'll guarantee you they're not. They could care less about what's going on here. At least, not to get political, but it's our experience that they do not care what's going on. They should, got the rail belt that don't give one damn bit about Southeast Alaska. And I'm not going to mince my words, because I truly love our area here. It's my home, it's your home, and that's how we need to treat it. Thank you very much. Oh, I guess they want me to take the questions if you want. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a question of the fish, the data, how did they receive the data? About the salmon and us only having this dime-sized piece. I brought my kid Nichols knives and my brothers here don't believe that.
I want to let guys that work, he's been doing this for years and, you know, all that.
Thank you.
We'll hear from the scientist himself.
If they came up with that data from, you know, really how, or did they walk door to door and ask every general person or anybody, you know, that?
They did a survey of everybody that lived in the lower 48, did not include Alaska, did not include any of the Pacific Island people. People who ate fish, people who didn't eat fish, people whose idea of fish is a Mrs. Paul's fish steak. And asked them how much fish they ate. That was in 1980, and they came up with 6.5 grams for the nation. It's been updated 3 times since then. Alaska refuses to change it.
And that would be the EPA, right?
It's the state.
The state.
It's a state water quality
Yeah.
right here.
All right, well,
Encouraging our home.
so we're, and I believe Lincoln Haida is going to be in on that. I know Wrangell is doing the study with SCITC. So, you know, we got good, great people working on that, you know. I may have a title here and there, but I'm definitely not the brains behind everything that's going on here. The trick is to the young people that are sitting here, and we talked about this. Surround yourself with good, smart people, you know, really. We have young students that are going out to school and coming back, and they're actually now starting to work for the tribes because we're opening that door. And you know, I've been with Lincoln Haida for a lot of years, and I'm just going to use my son as an example. I'm sitting here looking at a very brilliant young man that I played a small part in raising him. And, you know, he works closely with Tony at KIC. He writes a lot of policy. You know, he actually really helped Heidelberg get save their Dungeness from commercial fisheries on his participation and advocating, you know, the things that he learned in school. And, you know, he's now the president of the Ketchikan Haida Community Council. I stepped on, you know, it was time, you know, it's just a title. And I vowed to my council that I will not get his way, that he has aunties on there that if he's stirring out first, they can put him in place. So yeah, it's all about mentoring our people. And we got some good mentorship in here. And so you guys that are here that are young, coming to these conferences, stick to it because your kids are going to be depending on you too. Don't forget that. You bring more people with you next time. So it's all good. All right, love you guys. Thank you. I got one more. I guess I got one more.
I just wanted to share an observation, first of all. I mean, during the fishing seasons, here you can see where there, because of the what do you call it when you're, what's the word? I have a hard time finding the word. When you're not farming fish, but you're, what's the one that we use down here at Sheep Creek? The hatchery fish. It's interesting to, one of my observations is that one year I saw the salmon all along the shoreline as far as you can see, because they're increasing the numbers of salmon. My concern was when I was watching all of that, there were no bear anywhere.
Wow.
They weren't taking advantage of all of that surplus that was there. Now, my concern about that is that in our efforts to try to increase the populations of the salmon, what are we feeding them? And then, of course, whatever it is we're feeding them, we still have all of these salmon that after they've spawned, dying everywhere. And they're, of course, providing is it nutritional?
Yep.
Is it, of course, when we look at it historically, they are supposed to be providing the nutrition for the land after they've died. And I'm wondering, what kind of nutrition are they providing for our land because of what they're feeding them? It's going to change what they're. I just wanted to share also, I've had environmental concerns for our country for a long time, and I was doing some research one time, and there was an article that was describing the enormous kind of impact hippopotami have in their part of the country, that they would enter a delta area, there's no trees, nothing there, just all sand. But then the hippopotami move in. And they're, of course, leaving all of their droppings and all of that in there. And next thing you know, you have this huge forest all around them. Our forest too, I believe, has largely been here and has reached the extent that it has because of the salmon. Because of all of the decaying that they leave here. So my concern is that as we are trying to increase the population, we need to be careful about what we're feeding them and what their decaying body is leaving. So I just wanted to share that.
I'll close with what I've at least got a partial answer for you, and then there's another one that you mentioned real quick, like here. Is that, I was talking to my father, who's 94 years old, just before I came up here, and we were talking about Ward Lake, right? And which is on Ribella Island, Ribella to Gallegos Island, Ketchikan, or Ketchikan's on. And he mentioned to me that, around the lake, you'll see some of the most massive spruce trees anywhere on that island. And that is because of the bear bringing in, tearing apart salmon and eating all the way back 800 to 1,000 years ago. And that's what creates these giants. And what they're feeding the salmon in these factories, I know one of them is chum pellets, right? And what's even more spookier than that are these farm salmon that they're doing in British Columbia. Not too many people are talking about that. They're definitely, we need to hold them accountable in that area too. They had a breach in Washington State a couple of years ago, where the whole pen was released with Atlantic salmon, and we're playing with fire, these governments and people that have a lot of money that start up these dirty operations, they inject these fish to give them a different color, because if you open up a farm salmon, their true color is grayish, and it's probably one of the most poisonous foods you can ever eat is the farm salmon, and they're fed chum during their entire life in these large pens, and they start reaching into our wild population, we're going to have trouble like we've never seen. So I'll just leave it at that again. Thank you. And I went over my time, but anyway, they call me Kusawa. That's my Indian name. My dad means talk too much. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Sanderson and Guy. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay in the back? Cool. My name is Jill Weitz. I am the Natural Resource Manager for Tlingit and Haida within our Native Lands and Resources Division. I'm grateful to live and work here in Linganani. I'm going to try to get through some of this pretty quickly, just because we've had a great introduction to the issue from VP Sanderson, and then my colleague Jenn Hamblen with USGS is going to follow with some of their work. So if some of this seems expedited, I'm happy to sit outside and talk transboundary with you till the cows come home. I grew up along the Mississippi River in Minnesota before moving to Juneau in 2006. I have a background in water law and policy, formerly served as a compliance and enforcement officer for the Department of Environmental Conservation, and for the last 10 years have been working on this very complex issue of transboundary watershed governance. So Tlingit and Haida represents 34,000 tribal citizens and communities stretching over 43,000 square miles throughout Southeast Alaska. This region encompasses a 525-mile strip of coastline of interior waterways bordered by Canada on the north, south, and east, and with the Gulf of Alaska on the west. Tlingit and Haida peoples have stewarded their traditional lands from Southeast Alaska into the Yukon in British and into British Columbia since time immemorial and continue to do so. Now we are doing this as a sovereign nation, and Tlingit and Haida maintains a government-to-government relationship with the United States and is a regional coordinator for collaborative stewardship projects with other tribes, government entities, nonprofits, and other groups throughout the region. And just kind of like wanting to name the notion that the transboundary issue is that one of, with many complexities, including the political border, which is a direct result of colonialism and creates some of the jurisdictional governance challenges that Rob mentioned in his presentation. So again, as Rob mentioned, the LSEC, Chilkat, Kahini, Taku, Stikine, and Unique Transboundary Rivers originate in the boreal forests of Western Canada, extending out into the temperate forests of Southeast Alaska. These rivers provide some of the largest and mostly intact, yet unprotected watersheds in North America. They're of tremendous and unique cultural, ecological, subsistence, economic, and recreational value, connecting ice fields to oceans, and are home to woodland caribou, black-tailed deer, mountain goats, brown bears, wolves, 5 species of Pacific salmon, forage fish, seals, sea otters, red and yellow cedar, berries, and wild medicines, countless other foods, and culturally significant resources. We keep cruising, Marco. So what's the problem? And Rob, VP Sanderson reiterated this in his presentation. But for decades, tribes, not only in Southeast Alaska, but also in other states downstream of British Columbia and Yukon, have been seeking a seat at the table. And in many instances, there hasn't even been a table for tribes and downstream communities to be at. So there's been an incredible effort on behalf of tribes in Southeast that SCITC has pushed for, partner tribes in other downstream states, as I mentioned, to really amplify this notion of very tricky governance, but the notion that Indigenous governments have not been at a decision-making table as it relates to the management of these shared resources. So, okay, yeah, you're there. So, okay, again, just pointing out the watersheds that are of focus. With some of the maps, it's not an exhaustive map of the projects that we are tracking, but just pointing out the notion that many of these watersheds fall within what is referred to as the sacred headwaters. But this notion, especially in this zone, the Taku, Stikine, and Unique, is what the Canadian mining industry refers to as the Golden Triangle. So we are all learning and hearing about this transition to a renewable economy and renewable energies, requiring that of mining, but it is really important to remember that the majority of these projects are large-scale open pit gold mines. And in particular, it's really important to point out the Stikine watershed. 80% of the watershed that is within British Columbia is staked with mining claims. Just really important information to remember when we're thinking about salmon populations in decline. So again, just acknowledging the notion as well that these the 3 watersheds, the Taku, Stikine, and Unique in particular, contribute immensely to our visitor economies. But of course, all of these transboundary watersheds provide both traditional and customary uses and contribute to our commercial and sport fisheries as well. So ways in which Tlingit and Haida has engaged in the past. Of course, I'm going to give you an overview, which I think you've heard at this conference prior, of the great work of our NLR team to conduct transboundary water quality monitoring, but also our membership and support of SCITC. And we are really working to kind of grow our collaborative efforts throughout the region in kind of a complementary style with the evolving Guardians network here in Southeast Alaska, but also tying that to Indigenous Guardian networks that are already underway in Canada, spanning these transboundary landscapes. Man, I want to give you guys
props and do this justice without running through it, but we have a great team that has been conducting water quality monitoring since receiving funding from Bureau of Indian Affairs in 2015. That monitoring started with the Takus, the Keen, and UNIC, although the UNIC we've had access issues as Tony kind of alluded to, and similar to what Meta was talking about yesterday with Wilderness Act designations and access issues. But in 2018, we added the Lahini and the Chilkat and the LSAC to our monitoring lists. This data from 2015 to 2021 is being, well, 2022 as well, is being validated and will be housed in a database created for us by Ocean Earth Environmental. We can go to the next one. So this map is all Rob. I'm so glad you gave me this little pointer so I know how to use it, but it oh, there you go. Identifies the varying sample sites within these watersheds. Sir and Lindsay have been integral to this. Kenneth, who's hopefully online, Ray as well, and Jennifer Hamblen, who is now at the Forest Service, catalyzed this project as it first got going. We have prioritized this effort so as to be able to identify and prove harm impact to water, the waterways of Southeast Alaska, and hope that it can be complementary to the data collected by USGS, which you will hear about next. And the next one. So rather than titling this slide as solutions, I like to play on words with advanced. We were hoping to, as I mentioned, kind of advance and grow beyond our water quality monitoring efforts to really bring together the many moving parts and amazing programs and projects throughout this temperate ecoregion. And we are hoping to develop this transboundary program that really focuses on and advocates for Indigenous-led conservation that is robust. It spans the transboundary political border and is done in obviously conjunction with First Nations that we share these watersheds with. We have 3 goals evolving within that. Our transboundary program being clean water and food, pretty basic, but we want to do everything we can to ensure that our tribal citizens and communities in Southeast Alaska have access to clean water and food for present and future generations. I'm gonna keep cruising. This is a picture SCITC had in their presentation as well, closer up view of the tailings dam at the Red Chris mine and the headwaters of the Sakine and the Iskit, which is a tributary of the Sakine. And our secondary goal, of course, is to heal those lands and waters in partnership with First Nations. And again, focusing on Indigenous-led stewardship for the management of these transboundary landscapes. I think we can just, yeah, we'll call it there. Sorry to rush through, but again, so happy to take questions now or after the presentation today. And thank you so much for your time and attention. Any questions? Okay, all right, Jenn.
Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? This is an hour after lunch, so I don't know about you, but if you'd like to stand up, stretch, take a deep breath. As Valid showed us earlier, I really like that putting the hand on your heart, taking a deep breath. I'm honored and grateful, humbled, and a little nervous to be in this lineup with these very experienced speakers and with so many of you who know and live and care about these watersheds. And I'm here today to talk about some of the lessons learned and basically where are we now with our project and what kind of results have we seen to date with the funding that USGS has gotten to work in 5 of the transboundary watersheds. And I'm a hydrologist at the USGS for the last 2 years. My name is Jenn Hamblen, if you don't know me yet, but I started having the honor of attending
the Southeast Conference in 2016 when I was working with the Sitka tribe in Seatour. And I've done my best to get back here every year ever since. Just a wonderful group of people doing so much positive, meaningful work in your communities and for the world. So thank you. I'm very privileged to be here with you today. Back in 2016, I was working in the Seatour lab partially and also doing some natural resource work there. And I was on a pre-Zoom call, regional call, and I was working in the lab, multitasking on this call, and all of a sudden someone's like, so Jennifer, can you update us on your transboundary work? And I was confused because I live in Sitka, was working on PSP and not too involved in it. And it took me a few months to realize that I had been mistaken for Jennifer Hamblen. And it's happened many times over the years. It's an honor to be mistaken for her. And also I ended up getting to work in Transboundary watershed. So hopefully I can answer that question a little better today about what we've been up to in Transboundary watershed. So many have come before, and doing this work is just some of the examples as Rob and Jill already discussed. Research has been happening well before USGS started this project. And so this is just some of the data that can be used to help describe these watersheds that I'm going to talk about today. And I think we can go very quickly through this part. Yeah, we've already seen this map. Specifically today, we're talking about the Alsek, Takus, the Keen, and then the Unic, and the tiny little watershed at the bottom is the salmon near Hyder. And starting in June 2019, Congress funded the USGS to work not only in Alaska, but also in Montana, Washington, and Idaho on a few transboundary watersheds where there was concern about mining activities. And of highest priority was to partner with local tribes and other federal agencies. And these are some of the tribes and First Nations that are concerned about what's happening in these watersheds. And I only listed here the ones that actually have, since time immemorial, have lived in these watersheds, but the list that Rob included is so much more complete for the communities and tribes that are concerned about what's happening in this region. So part of the tribal collaboration that we do is to host quarterly meetings with tribal partners, nonprofits. Anyone's welcome to attend, where we can update each other on what we've been up to lately, and see where there's overlap in what we're doing or where we might be able to collaborate in the future. And we've been able to put together some grants and to increase our impact through working together. Some examples are we're going to be working with the Tlingit tribe to help with capacity development and weightable discharge measurements in the Yakutat Forelands. I'm very honored to be a part of that work. Also working with Ketchikan Indian community with some capacity development and water quality monitoring with them. And also with Chilkat Indian Village in the next year, we're going to be contracted with them to put up a gauge on the Klahini as there is concern about mining in the Chilkat watershed as well. And co-sampling, that's something that COVID kind of limited us on being able to get out on rivers together in the last few years. But hopefully we are going to make that happen so that we can compare our field methods and our lab methods and help ensure that the data that all the different organizations, entities are collecting is comparable so that we have the most complete data set possible. And we've done some capacity development with the training region-wide, which some of you attended, and also one-on-one with tribes. Several of you have helped improve a document that we've been working on, a retrospective of these watersheds. Thank you so much for your reviews to help ensure that it is accurate, respectful as possible. And let's go on to the next one. As has been pointed out, there is certainly plenty of mining activity in these watersheds. One thing that this map tries to show is that it's not necessarily evenly dispersed. So in the Stikine, Unik, and Salmon, there is much more concentrated interest in potential mining development in the future. So those are the watersheds where we expect to see more emphasis put in the future for research. And we had the same idea with this Red Chris mine photo, but as Rob pointed out, it is really important to realize that this is just the tip of the iceberg and it's small in comparison to some of the projects out there. And I've been looking at, I'm sure some of you too, like how to compare the sizes of these mines, like things like tons of waste rock that they expect to generate. And it's orders of magnitude more for projects like KSM, as far as how much waste rock they're going to be producing compared to Red Chris. Also, Red Chris is fine, stay where you are, is pretty far up in the watershed. That doesn't mean it won't damage it. Some of these other larger projects are right near the border with the US and closer to the main stem rivers. It can potentially do even more damage downstream if there were to be a failure of the tailings dam. Another part of our project is a geologic assessment. I won't go much into that. I'm not a geologist, but one of the results that they found so far is that as glaciers have melted, a lot of the rock that's been exposed is high acid generating. And how will this affect the watersheds is not yet known, but it could potentially increase the ability to affect water quality through the presence of metals. Okay, so water quality. We have 5 gauges, one on each river, and there we do continuous water quality monitoring. And that includes dissolved oxygen, water temperature, pH, specific conductance, turbidity, and something called fluorescent dissolved organic matter, which basically is looking at how much carbon is in the system that's dissolved. And we go to sites. We try to go 8 times a year to each of the gauges to collect water quality samples. And then also to go to what we call a border site on the Stikine unit and talk to help ensure that what we're seeing at the gauge, which is downstream, is similar to what we're seeing at the border, because we've been tasked with trying to figure out what water quality is on the US side of the border for these rivers. So we analyze for a suite of different things, but the most important for mining is the dissolved metals. We also go out and do what we call solid sampling and look at what metals are in sediments, moss, and resident fish like sculpin. One of the things that we've discovered is our continuous monitors can help show when huge events like this Taku landslide that happened in Christmas Eve 2020 happened. We had a signal come through on our NWIS, National Water Information webpage, where we saw the turbidity in the top graph went up from near zero because it's winter, low flow, not much sediment in the water, but it went up pretty high to about 120 FMU, but the flow did not change at all. And that's kind of weird. And it's typical of a landslide, but not something you would see from a rain event, because in a rain event, of course, we see that increase in flow, which is also corresponding with that increase in turbidity. So these kind of monitors can also be used to help predict when some massive landslide has, or not predict, but when something like a massive landslide has happened in the watershed before people have even gotten back there to see it. So the kind of water quality sampling we do is a little different than grab samples. And USGS does this because sometimes you don't have a well mixed site location, such as in this photograph here. You might have tributary coming in with a very different water source than you do in your main channel. So we go through and you go ahead and within the next one, we measure discharge first. And then once we know discharge, we go and we calculate with the program where to sample in 5 distinct vertical locations across a cross section so that we get a representative sample. Yeah. So that being said, a grab sample can be very representative of a sample if you do a few things. And I wanted to include this because more than 90% of samples out there that are taken are grab samples, right, in water quality monitoring. It's really expensive to do it the way we do it. And sometimes it might not be necessary. And so we've been doing some experiments comparing grab samples to this other method called equal discharge increment method. And we've seen that most of the time, grab samples work just fine. Some ways to, if you go back, some ways to make sure of that are to do a at your cross section where you're taking your sample, do your water quality YSI measurements to make sure your water temperature, your specific conductance are uniform at that location, that it's well mixed. Then take your sample from the middle of the stream, not from standing near the bank, so that you're not getting any sediments mixed in by accident. Okay. So you can find our data online. The easiest way, I think, is maps.waterdata.usgs.gov. And from there, you can click on the map at the site that you would like to get the data from, and then click that access data button. If you ever have any difficulty accessing the data, just get in touch with me. I'm happy to help you with that. So to date, USGS has collected 140 environmental samples on these 5 rivers. We started out in 2017, just a few, and now we're collecting about 40 samples a year. We also have collected about 10% more than that to help ensure our replicates, our blanks are done to find and eliminate any sources of contamination in our sample. So some data. First, we'll look at carbon. Dissolved organic carbon here is in milligrams per liter, and it's low. It's basically the take home here. Not too surprising. We have these glacial watersheds. There's not a lot. There's a lot of snow and ice and rock in our watersheds, but not a lot of organic matter that ends up downstream, especially in summer when glaciers are melting. That kind of dilutes out anything else that's in the water, makes our concentrations even lower. The times when dissolved organic matter are highest are in the fall, when we have precipitation, high precip events, and then that leaf litter has just fallen down onto the forest floor, and that the rain dissolves the leaf litter into the water, and it ends up in the stream, and so we'll see spikes at that time. Otherwise, we have pretty low numbers and relatively more carbon in the Taku and Stickeen than the other watersheds. Total dissolved solids. This is a way to kind of describe what all is in your water. It could be minerals, metals, toxins, organic matter. It's looking at everything. If it was drinking water, you'd want really low total dissolved solids, or it would be pretty not appealing. However, for aquatic life, it's not a problem. So this is something that kind of helps us see, where is this water coming from? Often it's about, is there groundwater in that watershed? And what kind of geology is there that's creating these concentrations? And the salmon, which has the highest percent glacial coverage, has the lowest total dissolved solids, which is what we would expect. There's a lot of bedrock and ice in that watershed. So nickel, with this total dissolved nickel, we're going to focus on dissolved metals. Those are the metals that are most easily used by fish and other wildlife. So it's the best way to look at what could be the potential impacts on the aquatic ecosystem. And we're going to focus on metals that are associated with mining. The first is nickel. And on each graph, there'll be a red line and a number, and that's the EPA chronic aquatic life criteria. And we went with the chronic criteria. It's lower than the acute criteria. And also, we're looking at baseline or current condition scenarios with our work. So we wanted to see, are there any metals of concern already in these watersheds, without knowing what those sources might be? If it's just because these are the geology of the watersheds, or if it's related from mining. We haven't worked on that yet. So with lead and arsenic, just like with nickel, could you go back one? I just wanted to say that criteria 52 is a lot higher than what we're seeing in water. We're seeing less than 2 micrograms per liter. So nickel, not a problem. Okay, thanks. So on to lead and arsenic. Similarly, our concentrations are well below those EPA chronic aquatic life criteria. And then zinc and cadmium, also, we're keeping an eye on zinc in the unit. It has in general higher concentrations than the other watersheds. However, it's well below the aquatic life criteria, as is cadmium. So copper is the one that we are definitely the most concerned about. And I'm sorry for the environmental chemists in the room for my little depiction here, but it's a simplistic representation of if you have dissolved organic matter or dissolved organic carbon in your water, either one interchangeable in this case, copper is going to want to grab onto it, to absorb to it. And when it does that, it makes the copper less available to fish, so less bioavailable. However, in our watersheds, as we mentioned earlier, there's not much carbon. So that means relatively low concentrations of copper matter and can affect wildlife, fish. So there's actually no established aquatic life criteria for copper. It's somewhere in that range of 1.4 to 9 micrograms per liter or parts per billion, based on how much carbon is in your particular river. And so there's been no criteria developed for the 5 transboundary rivers as of this point. We expect the criteria will be on the lower end of that range because of our low carbon. So in glacial environments, low concentrations of dissolved carbon mean more copper is available that can end up in the food web and potentially harm wildlife. Go back one more. So we do have some concentrate, a lot actually, in the unit that are potentially above whatever that future criteria is set at, as well as in the taku, the stikine, and potentially the salmon. And then dissolved selenium on the left, cobalt on the right. Selenium is often of concern in coal mining areas, which is not the kind of mining we're talking about. However, we're keeping track of selenium concentrations, which are in the salmon. We've had a few at 1.4 micrograms per liter, which is a little under half of what that chronic criteria is. Cobalt is really hard to measure. And the criteria is also dependent on a few factors. So we're still in the process of trying to see how we can measure our pretty low concentrations of cobalt accurately, given that it's just something that's pretty hard to do. So we're going to keep an eye mostly on cobalt and copper in our study as we continue to track all of these metals. So I just wanted a few take-home points. And one of those is that grab samples and EDI methods appear to be comparable. This is good news for all of us that are working in these watersheds and hoping to be able to compare our data as we get ready to draw conclusions on our data and make decisions about the relative health of these watersheds. And as I had mentioned, most of these metals are below those EPA aquatic life criteria. However, cobalt and copper, especially copper, are ones to keep an eye on. And preliminary results are, these are preliminary results. However, many more samples need to be taken before conclusions can be drawn. We are about halfway through what Congress has sort of agreed to fund us. We're funded on an annual basis, so we never really know, like a lot of you, what our funding is going to be till well after the year started. So it is kind of unsure in that way. However, this is in its original intention a 5-year project. However, it's quite possible the project will go on longer than that, which would help us to better describe these watersheds. We have a website. I wouldn't bother typing that in. If you Google USGS Alaska Transboundary, you'll find it. Thank you. Taking questions. Do you have any questions? Okay, well, thank you so much. And we are going to do a little bit of a shorter break just to keep on track for the day. Please go ahead and take care of yourself and then be back here by 2:30. Also, make sure you go see Lindsay at the registration desk if you haven't got a raffle ticket. Good. Okay. All righty, we're gonna get back into presentation mode. I hope everybody had a good little break. Up next, we're going to be hearing about facilitating community resilience through citizen science from Catherine Baer, who's the research ecologist for the U.S. Forest Service. So go ahead and find a seat, and we're going to start this next presentation.
There we go. It helps if you unmute. I'm hoping everybody can hear me through the wonders of technology. Hi, my name's Katie Baer. I'm a research ecologist with the Forest Service based out of Anchorage, Alaska. And today I'm going to talk a little bit more about a project that Di Johnson hinted at in her talk this morning. Citizen science initiative that we started this past summer, trying to understand conditions that sort of are associated with the presence and abundance of berries and mushrooms and cultural use wood that are gathered in Southeast Alaska forests. So I work for the Forest Inventory and Analysis branch of the Forest Service. We lovingly refer to it as FIA because it's a bit of a mouthful. And what FIA is, for those who aren't familiar, is a nationwide inventory of the nation's forest resources. So on a sort of repeating basis, we go out and we survey thousands and thousands and thousands of plots throughout the United States, trying to get a handle on what's going on in the forests in the nation. So in coastal Alaska, which you can see a map of here over on the right, we have about 2,100 forested plots that are surveyed on a 10-year repeating cycle. And this has been going on since about 1995. And in addition to trying to understand what's going on sort of at the overstory and the tree scale, we also have data that describe what the dominant plants are all the way from the overstory to the understory. So it's a fantastic data set that we can use to kind of understand what species are occurring where, how that varies across geographic space, and what kind of conditions tend to be associated with where different plants occur and where they're more or less abundant. So as a research ecologist, oh gosh, I just realized I dragged my video over top of the slide. Sorry about that. As a research ecologist with FIA, I try to answer what seems like a fairly simple question, but it's sort of deceptively simple, in that I'm really interested in understanding, why do plants occur where they do? So why do we find them in some places but not others? Why are they more abundant in some places but not others? And then understanding those conditions that dictate where a species occurs, we can then try and predict how that occurrence or how that abundance might change under future conditions. So that, in a nutshell, is what I'm really interested in getting at. And I really am interested in looking at plants that are important to people, rather than doing this just sort of for the sake of doing it. I really want to make sure that the plants that we're looking at are things that people care about. And in addition to this sort of aspect of my research, one thing that I'm also very interested in is bringing in the voices of community members in this research and making this sort of more of a collaborative, holistic type of approach to answering questions that community members tell us are important. These are the things that we're actually interested in using data to address. So I've been lucky enough to work with some citizen science initiatives in interior Alaska, trying to understand how berry abundance or distributions might shift with climate change, and some work looking at how various forest conditions promote tree growth. So this citizen science portion of my work is really kind of what gets me up in the morning, what gets me excited about doing this science. And it's a lot easier to sort of slog through a data analysis when you know that there's somebody that cares about it on the other side. So for those of you who were around this morning, you probably saw Di Johnson's talk. I met Di as a result of a forum this past spring where folks from the Forest Service were getting together to talk about various citizen science projects that they were involved in. And she's done some fantastic work in Southeast Alaska looking at cultural use wood and what this means to people, and conditions that sort of promote wood that's suitable for cultural uses, and talking to people about the right way to harvest this wood and all of that. And we got to talking about sort of our overlapping interests, and is there some way we can kind of bring our combined interest in conditions that promote these resources, and in bringing in community members and having these conversations into a project where we can go and do that in Southeast and make sure that we're bringing in community members as part of that. So this project kind of developed from that. And the main thrust of it is trying to understand the conditions that promote the abundance of culturally important plants and fungi that people are going out into the forests to harvest. So as part of this project, we really have one, again, deceptively simple question that we're asking, which is, what kinds of environmental conditions tend to be associated with the presence and the abundance of important plants and mushrooms that people are going out and harvesting? And to get at this question, we sort of took a two-pronged approach, the first being sort of a fieldwork component, where we partnered with the Alaska Youth Stewards and Sea Alaska and Háw'aa Indian Association to go out and get boots on the ground and say, hey, when we go out into the forests, what are we seeing? What do we see that tends to be associated with more or less of some of these species that are being harvested? And the second prong here is a community engagement aspect, where we wanted to go and talk to community members and say, what is it that you harvest? What's important to you? Why is it important? And where do you look for it? So are you willing to share your knowledge with us about where's a good place to look for these resources, and what kind of conditions tend to sort of promote or preserve those resources in the field? So in terms of field work, what this looked like was the Alaska Youth Stewards crews in 3 communities. We worked in Háw'aa and Cake and on Prince of Wales Island went out and surveyed 48-foot diameter circular plots. And these are pretty analogous to an FIA style subplot. And they looked at a variety of different environmental conditions that we know tend to be associated with species presence or absence in a lot of cases. So things like topography of the site, what kind of forest are you in, what's the cover of the overstory and the understory, what kind of tree stand age do you have, or tree size. And then we looked at the sort of presence or absence and then the abundance of 3 species that we know tend to be kind of important ones for harvesting, which is blueberries, salmonberries, and red huckleberries in these plots. So we had those data collected in the field, and then the community engagement portion of the project involved hanging this poster around the communities. I think Di brought it, so it may still be around during the break if you want to go take a look at it. But the gist of the poster was simply asking 2 questions. First off, what do you harvest? So what's important to you? What resources should we know about that maybe we're not paying attention to? And then where do you harvest it? So can you help us understand the conditions that maybe, if we're talking to forest managers, we should say these are conditions you might want to consider promoting or preserving in order to promote or preserve these resources. And we also asked folks on the back of our little response card here to tell us a little bit more about what these resources mean to them, why they collect them, when they collect them, what their concerns are about changes that they've seen in these resources through time. So we got actually a good amount of work done for sort of blitzing through this summer. And I honestly haven't had the time to analyze the results of our work, but I wanted to kind of give you an idea of what we've gotten out of it so far and where we're going. So as far as the field work goes, the crews were able to go out and survey 29 plots, which is really impressive for these relatively small crews of student interns. We got 10 each from Háw'aa and Cake and 9 from Prince of Wales. And these span a pretty broad variety of forest types and conditions. So it's a lot of stuff that we can then, or I can then go and analyze and play with and say, hey, what kind of correlations do we see? And the idea is that these data will be used to determine the conditions that are important for berry occurrence and production, and then also build models to understand how these might change under future conditions as things shift due to climate change or other changes in the environment that they're experiencing. From our community engagement surveys, we got 19 responses that identified 20 unique plants and mushrooms that are harvested from these 3 communities. And kind of on a happy note, 3 of them were the 3 that we were actually going out and surveying in the field. So salmonberry, blueberry, and red huckleberry were the most commonly identified as berries that were harvested. But we also had several respondents say that they go out and harvest golden chanterelles, thimbleberries, and cedar bark. So those kind of give us an idea of other areas where we might want to be focusing in this project in the future. And it's really important stuff that we just don't know. So being able to communicate with folks in the communities about what's important to them is absolutely essential and so helpful. So as I kind of hinted at earlier, we also asked folks to tell us, what do these plants and mushrooms that you harvest mean to you? And of course, there's kind of the anticipated response that these are obviously food resources in a lot of cases, but so much more importantly, in a lot of the surveys that we got, what really came through is that these are absolutely essential in terms of culture and heritage for things like sustaining mental and physical health, and also maintaining relationships within the community. There was a huge focus and emphasis on the importance of sharing these resources, sharing what's being harvested, looking out for each other in the community. And I think that sometimes when you're just out there doing field surveys and not talking to people, this is the stuff that gets missed. So I'm really excited about these results and being able to continue to talk with people about this and hopefully build on this very early sort of start of a conversation. So in terms of where we're hoping to go with this, there are some sort of anticipated products we're hoping will come out. And then we kind of have the hope that this will be a continuing conversation. The first being that we're planning to produce a story map that will be published, hopefully a little bit more accessible than your standard journal article, where we can talk about the study and talk about the results. And then of course the obligatory peer-reviewed publications where we can take these data that were collected in the field by these high school interns and combine them with some of our FIA data to say, okay, when we do the analyses, what conditions are associated with the presence and abundance of these species, and then how might that be impacted by something like climate change? And then third, and the bit that I'm really excited about, is that, as I kind of keep saying, I'm hoping that this is sort of the opening of a longer term conversation where we can keep talking with community members, use this feedback, and continue identifying and helping to answer some questions that folks actually tell us are important, rather than just sort of like trying to guess what's important. I think we as like Forest Service researchers and other partners have things to bring to the table, and we're hoping that other folks are willing to bring their knowledge to the table, and collaboratively we can get at some really interesting answers to some really important questions. So again, I've kind of hinted at this, but I just want to spend a minute here talking about why I think this work is important. Of course, you know, sort of from the standard scientific perspective, I think it's important to understand the conditions that tend to be associated with the occurrence or abundance of these species, and understanding the conditions that promote that abundance or protect that abundance now can help us to understand how that might change in the future. But beyond that, I think it's really important for us to improve the communication between various entities. So we can take the various pools of knowledge that everybody has and combine them to come up with a much more impactful sort of outcome than any of us could really necessarily arrive at on our own. Or I think there's a lot that I have to learn from other folks that, you know, I'm excited to learn. And yeah. And then of course, there's sort of the angle too of, it's something Di had mentioned earlier, that sort of bringing home this point that science is not this thing that exists in an ivory tower somewhere with a gatekeeper, that these folks, like the youth stewards on the ground that are doing this work, are scientists, and letting them know you don't need a master's degree to do science, you don't need a PhD, you just have to go out and observe things. And I think that's really powerful knowledge to have. And then, you know, kind of giving folks some of the tools and the knowledge to do these measurements is hopefully really helpful for them, and definitely helpful for us in terms of collecting the data. So with that, I think I'm just about out of time. I just want to thank our project partners on this. Di has been fabulous to work with. She did all of this as a volunteer. So thank you, Di, if you're in the room. And then we worked with Sitka Conservation Society, the Youth Stewards Program, as I mentioned, Alaska, Háw'aa Indian Association, the FIA Coastal Program lent us all the field gear to do this work, and it was funded by a Research and Underserved Communities Fund grant from USDA. So I think I might be out of time, but I'm happy to take questions if I'm not. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen, I think. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Katie. I know we're all looking forward to seeing the results. And is there anybody that has a question or comment before we head to the next presentation? Okay. So next up, we'll be hearing from Victoria Johnson of Gold Belt Heritage Foundation, and she'll be talking about how to share cultural stories to rebuild our awareness back to nature.
Gunalchéesh hatiadi Ketchikan, Rabcho you had to a sock, Yek Nakatsiti, Dactain Tan, Ayachet. Achti Kukas Chickenady Kagwantan. Hadak Nuchu Wishkitan, Gunalchéesh. Thank you all for being here to hear my presentation. I shared with you my Tlingit name is Among the Berries. I am a Duckdale woman, and my grandparents are the Chicanity and the Kagwantan. And my outer shell is the Wishkitan. So again, Gunalchéesh, thank you for being here to hear my presentation. I've been probably sharing cultural knowledge since I was probably in my 20s. It was after my children's birth that I really wanted to give my children something that I always desired. Because of colonization, I did not have that connection. And little did I know, I was living my culture. My grandparents raised me off the land. I learned how to fish, harvest. I learned how to sit at the foot of my uncles, hearing them share stories. So it gives me great honor to share just the tip of the iceberg of what little I do know. So again, Gunalchéesh for your kind attention. So as I was sitting here listening for the past 2 days, trying to figure out what am I going to share with these elite scientists here. That's how I look upon you. You guys are the cream of the crop because you're here trying to resolve problems. So this here is the Western perspective of what you guys are all doing right now. If you go to the, well, let's go over that. Environmental science is the unified study of Earth's natural processes and the dynamic interplay between these processes and the complex societal needs of humankind. Ooh, that's a lot. And I only got this off of Google. So next. And this is Tlingit, Hapusti, our way of living. We have always been connected. We have always had a relationship. And I loved how my mentor right away picked up the theme, reconnecting. Our stories have always had this hint of reconnecting. So, cultural ways of knowing. How many of you heard the story, The Box of Daylight? Jenn, raise your hands. Yeah, most of you. This book here, The Box of Daylight. This is the grand finale, the enlightenment. As we are sitting here now, I look at us, we're before the Box of Daylight. Raven was born twice. His first birth, he had to have all the elements to endure the tests that Earth had to provide. And so through this first birth, he was still learning about all of his skills, Raven was. And so as we are sitting on this bed of kelp happened when Raven's uncle flooded the earth. And that's where we're at right now, on the bed of kelp. We're all survivors from the flood. And we are all trying to survive all the elements that are happening on Earth. These stories have been passed down since time immemorial. They have been there for us to learn from. Through colonization, these things have been taken from us. If I take you back to a time when we all lived in longhouses as families, we would hear these stories as adults, grandparents, as children. But as time you grow up, you have to put away the child things and start taking on the adult roles. But it doesn't mean that these stories can't live with us in these roles. So we can go ahead and go to the next one. Promoting environmental awareness since the beginning of time. When we were on that bed of kelp, we were analyzing. We were trying to find a safe haven, a homeland. Raven had to get all the people to work together. He had to get them to get to a place to where they could work together on that bed of kelp. But when you're scared, you're hungry, cold, you've had a loss in your life, maybe you're an orphan, maybe you're a widower. It's hard to get the things you need. You might be strayed and you might be hurting other people, not knowing it because you too are so scared that you're not going to make it the next day. So Raven could see that. And so he got the people to work together. Once they were able to work together, they were able to start hearing and analyzing how they can help each other. And that's where we're at right now. It promotes whole storytelling when we're out harvesting, preserving. It helps promote healthy social emotional behaviors. When we teach our children how to harvest respectfully, these are the skills, the training of us teaching our children how to be socially, emotional, and behaviors in our community. It starts in this small little circle and it starts getting bigger and bigger as we get older. And it also rebuilding our relationship. To seek out balance and alignment. And what is balance and alignment? Cultural stories, harvesting, it reestablishes the relationship, nature, and the universe. I love how my mentor always says, the universe and nature are trying to help us. We need to listen. And every one of you that are here, you've been listening. You've heard the cry that our earth is saying, I'm overloaded, help me. And that's what you guys are doing. Next one. Here's us on survival mode. Colonization. When you look at this, I love how, again, my mentor, he shares this phrase, "Day, go there. Yantuti, go see it, go grab it, look at it. Hashika. We're picking up the pieces that our ancestors left behind in these stories because they had already heard what happened to our lower 48 brothers and sisters. Colonization was on the rise, and that's how these stories were created to help us get through this struggle of colonization. Next slide. Putting back the pieces of our shattered ways of living. when using cultural stories, it allows us to explore in many different elements that is occurring in the past and can also help us talk metaphorically to one another. Eagle represents the physical. These are the 4 celestial stories that we hear. Hawk is the spiritual. And petrol. These 3 celestials kind of had to stop. They had something traumatic happen in their, as they were growing. And so this is like probably the place where the flood happened. And Raven endows the earth back with intellectual knowledge. So we heard many stories of Hawk, how Raven and Hawk brought spirit back to all things, and Gunalchéesh, petrol, and how he hoarded the water. So all of these things they're interwoven. When we look at timelines, how these stories are shared, if we were to share these stories the way that our ancestors did, and that we heard these stories every year, and that we put another little piece to the puzzle. Again, remember, colonization was very heavy-handed with Native Americans. They wanted to take away everything. Well, before I just watched a program called American Indian. It's the history of American Indians and the processes we went through colonization. But if we were to hear these stories the way that they were shared in the past, where would we be today? For a lot of us, maybe we don't hear the stories the way that we would at school. But we would be talking intellectually about the same stories with our children. And they would be knowledgeable because of it. Because they were right there at our footsteps, right by our knees, listening as these young men. But we need more. We need more. And these stories, I'd like to challenge you. Go back through these. There's a few documents Sea Alaska Heritage has regarding all of our Raven stories. How do we put them into sequence? So how do I put this into my environment? Trainings, teachings. One of the stories we shared is how Hawk gave spirit to all things. Well, there were bits and pieces that I didn't have that my mentor helped me with. And one of them was that these celestial stories that we heard and that were documented before we were outlawed to practice our culture and our language, that these documentations exist somewhere. The Rasmussens, I found one book by Russian Orthodox father Anatoly Kalmakov, but he has all of these stories in his book, and that was documented back in 1890. So as you're getting ready to write your grants and Work with the Native people. Work with your cultural specialists. They might be able to take some of these ancient stories to help us really identify the needs of our people. And I mean, not just the Tlingit, Haidas, and Tsimshians, but all of us, because we all are survivors from the flood. We are all survivors. And how we learn from one another and how we treat one another is critical. We're in a very awkward situation. We have food security issues, along with all the other things that was shared. Alignment and balance. When the eagle had his vision, he witnessed the relationship between the sun, the Gunalchéesh, and the moon, Disikla. He also noticed the stars and how they would assemble together. And then he also noticed that the earth and the stars and the moon have a light nature and a dark nature, which stands true for humans, for animals, for plants, the winged creatures. We have all these things in common. But how we use it, that's the true question. So I have to leave you with at least one story before my time's up here. If I hope I'm doing good here. I go on board the cruise ships a lot. And I get a chance and an opportunity to share my culture with many, many different ethnicities. And every time I share one of our Raven stories, they always come up to me and they tell me how powerful that story is and how lucky and fortunate I am to live in this beautiful place that I call home. And I do have to agree with them. I am blessed. I am blessed because I had had the experience to be with my elders, to hear their stories, and then to be here. And I'm still learning. So again, Gunalchéesh, for all being here. And I'm going to share the story. Oh, let's see. I'm going to show the story of Hawk. Because Hawk, you have to, what does Hawk represent? Hawk had a huge beak, huge, because he was stunted in his growth when the flood hit and we were all living in darkness. We all adapted. And Hawk did too. And Hawk, that beak was so heavy, he couldn't eat. It took him a long time to get his food, couldn't drink. But yet, the minute somebody came out and noticed Hawk, he'd lift that beak up high and proud. And he would tell everybody, oh, everybody's got to have a beautiful beak like this. This beak is so wonderful. Don't you wish you had a beak like this? And everyone would be in awe. But after that person would leave, he'd go back to himself and that beak was so heavy, he couldn't keep his head up too long. We have to be honest with ourselves. And that's the challenge that Hawk had. So Raven had to help him. So Raven convinces Hawk, and I'm making this story short. But when you ignore somebody, do they try harder to get your attention? Well, that's Raven's trick. He decides to ignore Hawk. And Hawk's like, oh, hey, Raven, hey, check out this wonderful thing. Don't you wish you had this beat? And Raven's like, oh, he's too busy looking way out in the big ocean and just kind of not paying any attention to Hawk. But after 3 or 4 tries, Raven came up with an idea. He turns around and looks at Hawk and he says, hey, Hawk, you know, I sure could use your help. And Hawk's like, what? What do you need my help for? Aren't you the great Raven? He's like, yeah, but you know, you see that fire way out there? I need your help. Can you bring it back to me? And Hawk was like, oh, wait a second, that's kind of dangerous, don't you think? Bringing the fire? How would I bring the fire back? And Raven says, I'll show you. So he runs into the forest and he comes back out with, this is where I was, where my mentor helped me. He brings back 2 large staffs or branches from the forest. And he takes one of them and he starts pounding it and pounding it so it's so nice and soft. And then he quickly wraps it around Hawk's beak. And he tells Hawk, when you get out to that fire, scoop up that fire. And Hawk still needed convincing because he was still like, I don't know if I can do this. But Raven said, I'll be here. I will be here. And that's how I feel right now. So Hawk took strength, started flying out to that fire. As he got closer, he could feel the heat. And he's like, oh, this is getting scary, folks. This is getting scary. I don't think I can do it. And he starts making a turn and Raven's going, no, go forward, go forward. So Hawk keeps flying towards that fire. And he finally gets there. The fire was blowing out from out of the water. And Raven's direction was, after the 3rd ball of fire flies up, follow that fire to the bottom and scoop it up. This is important. Tlingit Chindatani, Tlingit way of thinking. We do things in 4s. So that 4th ball of fire was very important. He scoops that fire up and quickly starts flying back towards Raven. And as he's flying towards Raven, that fire is starting to come up by his beak. And pretty soon it's so close that tears are coming out of his eyes. And he wanted to give up and spit that fire out. And that's when Raven said again, you do this for all the people and for all the animals and all the winged creatures. Bring the fire back. And with every ounce of Hawk's strength, he brought that fire back. And he gave it to Raven. Well, not necessarily. This is, again, a revision on my way of telling the story. But his beak had a little red amber. And that's when Raven took his part, his staff, and touched his nose with it. And took that fire and casted some of that fire up into the air where he gave all flying creatures, humans, all the plants and trees, spirit. And then he cast the last of it into the ocean and gave all our ocean creatures spirit as well. And this is how Raven gave spirit to all things. And this is how Hawk received his nose back to normal. And he also received these little marks around his eyes from those flames that he carried. This story reconnects us to that spirit. It rebuilds us. So as you're continuing on in this conference, and as you're continuing on to carry the torch for our earth, keep these stories in mind. They will help encourage you. They will give you the strength that you will need to keep this moving forward. Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. I don't want to leave on a bad note, so I'm going to ask everyone, everyone stand up. And I know you guys know this tune. I'm going to sing it in Tlingit. And this is how I feel being here. E two works ago, each and I touch. E two works ago, each and I touch. E two works ago, e ya de krachtetin. E two works ago, each and I touch. E two works ago, e chosna tocht. E two weeks ago, e chosna tocht. E two weeks ago, e ja de krachtetin. E two weeks ago, e chosna tocht. E two weeks ago, hoo-ha, yena ka. E two weeks ago, hoo-ha, yena ka. E two weeks ago, e ja de krachtetin. E two weeks ago, hoo-ha, yena ka. E two weeks ago, hlakat yena sna. Hoo-ha! E two weeks ago, hlakat yena sna. Hoo-ha! E two weeks ago, e ja de krachtetin. E two weeks ago, hlakat yena sna. Hoo-ha! Gunalchéesh, thank you. Oh. And storytelling speaks to all of these traditions. Another book that has an awesome story in the very back, and it talks about the strength of the eagle. If you haven't gotten this book, please use this book. All these stories have relationship to nature and the universe, and they're all trying to help us. Gunalchéesh.
Gunalchéesh, Victoria. Can we all stomp our feet for Victoria, please? That filled my heart up. So thank you. I know I'm not the only one. Next, we have Michelle Davis doing a talk on Grants 101. Hello, everybody. I could just go home now because Victoria just told you everything you need. I am just so, that was wonderful. Thank you. That made me really incredibly happy. So it's good to be here with you today. I want to start by saying that I will not take an hour, and I'm not going to go into 101 because there's some higher level things that I'd like you to think about, and I'd like to kind of bring this out to you today. So I've got some notes here because I've spent a long time thinking about what I'd like to say. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Michelle Davis, and I'm a tribal coordinator with the US EPA. I am the daughter of Richard and Shirley Davis, and the granddaughter of Ray and Joanne Paddock. So I'm the niece to Carol Jorgensen,
and I'm an enrolled member with Central Council, Tlingit and Haida. I'm from the Eagle Moiety and the Killer Whale Fin House. And I wish I could tell you my Indian name, but my mother very carefully wrote down the names for all 5 children, tucked them safely in the family Bible, moved to Anchorage, and we've been looking for them ever since. Someday I'll find my name, or it will find me. I have confidence. I've had the pleasure of serving Southeast tribes now for almost a decade. And I would like to say hello to my cousin Ray. Yes. So I've had the pleasure of being here and working for the tribes for a decade now. Prior to this, I worked with tribes in the Bristol Bay region. Okay. So I'm telling you here because soon I might be leaving you for working with you at EPA. My hair is getting gray. I'm getting a little bit restless. You know, I've got other projects I need to tackle. So I wanted to give you a framework for my remarks. Tribes in Alaska and across the nation struggle with some of the most pressing environmental issues in the nation. You work with challenges such as old housing, poor indoor air quality, food security, impacts from old wood stoves, transboundary mines, climate change, ocean acidification. It's very easy to get overwhelmed by all of these things. And I want to encourage you to not do that, because I think, and this is I've had the privilege of working with tribes now for almost 2 decades, that tribal members are some of the most competent human beings on the planet. Like, I'm a little bit competent. I can plant a garden, I can fix it. No, I can't change a tire. I can, I can smoke fish, you know, I can do things, but you guys are so much more competent. You can fill a freezer, feed a family, create medicine, write a grant, set policy, heal people, do medicine, talk one-on-one with the highest levels of politicians and change their thinking. Tribes are powerful. Tribal members are incredibly competent human beings. Okay. Let me go to the slide by my friend Wilson Justin. Okay. I believe that all of you have the potential to be dangerously good at your jobs. Dangerously good. You can change the systems. You can deal with these problems. You can bring change to your community. Dangerously in that danger to the status quo. Danger to, well, we sent a letter and nobody responded. Dangerous to that kind of thinking. You guys have the tools to really make a difference, okay? If you choose to, and this is a matter of choice. What do tribal staff want to do, okay? If you choose to, your efforts can make your communities cleaner, healthier, and happier. Oren Lyons, the faith keeper for the Turtle Clan of the Onondaga Nation, said it beautifully. He said, if you have a clean environment, you have a healthy atmosphere. This will make you happy, and your happiness will bring joy to your parents and will affect the community too. Then there will be peace of mind to one and all. Every GAP staff member has the opportunity to do that for their community. All right, so slide 3. Okay. You guys are part of how many, let me read the room. How many of you here work under the Indian General Environmental Assistance Program? See your hands. GAP staff? GAP. Okay. How many of you are council members? Good to see council in the room. Thank you. And how many of you work with other federal agencies or NGOs? Great. Okay. Great representation. Thank you. Okay. So the GAP network
There are over 200 active GAP grants in the state of Alaska right now. In Southeast Alaska, there are 16 active GAP programs. Now, GAP is a funny program. It's small. It's typically $125,000 per year, but it's also large. This is the only ongoing programmatic funding that tribes can get year after year after year, as long as they meet those minimum requirements, right? So in Southeast Alaska, GAP totals out to something over $2 million a year. Some of the tribes have had this grant for 10 years. We're looking at over 5 years, $10 million invested into communities to deal with your environmental issues. Okay, that's a significant federal investment, and it's steady. When people talk about climate change, they talk about these research projects. Who are they working with? They're working with you. They're working with the GAP staff most of the time. You guys are remarkable. You are part of one of the largest Indigenous environmental networks in the world. There's nothing like this anywhere else. Sweden doesn't have it. Norway doesn't have it. There's the Guardians program. With GAP, you are a force. And I really expect that from all of you. I expect that energy to brought to your work. Okay, slide 4. Okay, as you know, GAP federal grant funding is essential to dealing with the complicated issues that are on the table for tribes. No one agency has all the resources. You know, if you're dealing with indoor air, well, you have to go to HUD. You have to go outside of the GAP program, but GAP can set you up to do that. Okay. So often I'd like to encourage tribal leaders, tribal environmental staff, tribal administrators to think carefully about how your tribe secures and manages grant funding. All too often, there's a million funding announcements that come out. There will be something for air quality, something for water quality. Under the Biden Infrastructure Act, there's more funding announcements coming out than we can keep track of. And it goes to the level of the staff. They oftentimes do not have the support, the time, the training to put out the proposals. There needs to be a different approach. This is too much to put on the shoulders of one staff person, right? And so I encourage tribes to think about different approaches to how they manage and secure grant funding. Okay. It's also getting more complicated to apply for. You know, the new systems like, what do they call that thing? Grant Solutions, sam.gov. What is the one where you have to register? Oh, login.gov. We call it don'tlogin.gov. I mean, these things are complicated. It takes a ton of time and they're no fun. So I really think we want to put out the call for like a centralized technical support. Okay. So just think about like ways to build that technical support. Keep this thought. I'm going to come back to it. Slide 5. Another really important thing to think about is that this administration, actually one more. Okay. I'm going to come back to that other one. The White House has made a really important declaration. And there's so much noise going on right now that we tend to lose track of these things. But President Biden has committed to elevating Indigenous knowledge in federal policy decisions. That is really important. That's important for any tribe that's going to be working with a mining permit coming in, with fisheries, with climate change. This information is key. And I know that somebody's gonna come up to me when I'm done and tell me, oh, how you said that wasn't right. But I want to point out that there's several aspects to traditional environmental knowledge. There's knowledge of sacred sites, sacred practices, there's medicinal knowledge, there's harvesting areas. The piece that has not had enough attention paid to it is the traditional knowledge of ecosystem connection and ecosystem functioning. Tribes have very, very rich knowledge of how things are connected in the ecosystem. Okay, and so I'd encourage you as you develop your work plans to think about how you can record in a way that meets your council's guidelines and your tribal guidelines, how you can bring forward some of that knowledge. Let me give you a quick insight. Like I work on those transboundary lines. And so I'll call the tribes and I'll say, hey, which resources are you harvesting that could be impacted by this mining action? Does anybody from your community go over here to harvest? Or what are your concerns? And I'll get that information. So I was able to get Uchalan, Hooligan, brought into some of the mining conversations in ways that they had not been brought forward before, okay, because of talking to the tribes. But what if the tribes had a description that was written down and given to people like me, that they'd say, here, we want this entered into the record. These are the species that we think are really going to be impacted here. We want this to be part of the permanent administrative record for this project, that these are our concerns. Or say a tribe has knowledge about, okay, I mean, the ecosystem knowledge of how the seasons, where the rearing and pupping areas are, the really sensitive areas of the habitat, that could be brought forward. And you can use your GAP funds to start to develop that information so that when we go into a permitting conversation, that the tribe can say, this is what we want you to know. This is the information that's important to us. Okay. This policy is going to bring, hopefully, to bring that information where it should be in the decision-making process. They're working out the guidelines. They're going to go into consultation. Our own Winona Wilson from Region 10 has been instrumental in the White House working group on this. This is at the very highest level. They're going to have consultation. Tribes will have an opportunity to have input into the policy. I will share it and be sure it's sent out. Okay. So it's important. This is an important conversation, and I'm really glad this is happening. Okay. Let's go to their next slide. Okay. So while EPA provides resources to tribes, I want to kind of point out that we do put out a lot of information about applying for the GAP grant to support the tribes with their application. So this is all here on our websites. We've got a lot of information there, but you have to dive into it. It's there for anybody who might want it. Okay. Often it falls to tribal administrators to support the tribal staff. I don't know anybody who's busier than a tribal administrator. I mean, they are essential to everything that tribes do. And so I encourage the staff to study these resources just as if you were in college, to spend the time going through and reading them. Think of it as homework. Your tribal administrator will thank you. Okay. Slide 7. Okay. So this is my dear friend, Victoria Heichsteer. She's a Nupiaq. She's been working with me on climate change work. We've worked together for 25 years. And I love a conversation with Victoria because she'll look right at me and say, you're wrong. Everybody needs a friend like that. It helps shape your thinking, makes you sharper. Victoria is that person for me. She teaches Native governance over Alaska Pacific. And Victoria talks a lot about the importance of imagining yourself richly. You know, this is this moment in time, you know, where we came, you know, my grandfather talked about the 1918 epidemic. My grandmother talked about boarding school. My uncles talked about boarding school, colonization. That's just a minute in time compared to the time immemorial that people have had it on the land here. And so it's really important to kind of hold that vision of thriving, happy, healthy, vibrant, joyous communities. And I think about that, you know, when I traveled in, especially in the Bristol Bay region, I noticed that there were not places where people could come together to process their traditional foods. Everybody was doing it kind of on their own. And there weren't shared spaces where the children could come and play while their parents were working, you know. And so like my vision of a really healthy community has places for children to play, to do children's jobs, you know, whatever those may be. And, you know, if it's picking berries or if it's helping their mom, but to have shared spaces that create happiness, you know. And so to think not only about the challenges that we're facing, but also what will bring beauty and joy to the community. And I propose that a good backhaul project where you get rid of a ton of old cars and you haul those out, I think that brings joy. Maybe not to the guys who are going, but it was gonna run, it was gonna get started. Maybe they're not so happy, but they can keep those. Maybe you just move them off a little bit, you know, that's fine. But a clean community is a happier community. My friend Larry McCoulian said that he could tell how well a community was doing by just walking through it. And the really healthy, thriving communities looked different, had a different look and feel, right? But you can build that happiness by addressing these issues. GAP staff can make things happen. I've seen housing projects, retrofits that have happened because the GAP staff did an analysis of the number of homes with mold problems. I've seen community backhauls that were done because GAP staff evaluated the number of old cars, white goods, batteries, things like that. They get them out of the community. GAP makes things happen. It's not always easy. It takes time, stubbornness, persistence. Those are fantastic qualities. Okay. Another idea that I have for folks is to invest in your own training and your own development as a person. And I encourage tribes to invest in the ongoing staff development. When I don't have a fancy education. I have 4 years of college. Math was always a challenge for me. I have a GED. I mean, I do not have a fancy education. When I started to write, my husband would edit my work for me and he'd give it back and it would just be covered with red ink and I'd cry and I was mad. But I learned. And then my boss, Ken Pointer at Native American Fish and Wildlife, he told me, he said, Michelle, you might be kind of smart, but you don't write very well. And I cried, I was mad at him. And he sent me off to a writing class. And it was the best thing. I still have issues, I have to edit a lot, but it really helped me. And I learned to write A&A grants. And I learned to do strategic planning. And I just took those courses. It was humiliating. It was so embarrassing. My boss telling me I didn't write very well. My husband telling me I didn't write very well. It was mortifying, but it was really good for me to take those classes. And so I'd say to invest in staff, invest in yourselves, take classes, take grant writing, take traditional knowledge, take classes with storytellers, whatever kind of makes you, inspires you and helps you move forward. An outside grant writer is wonderful. People say, oh, that's great. I wish I could just turn everything over to them. But the staff have the knowledge. You guys know what your community needs and you know what will work for your community. Sometimes outside people don't do that. So you think about like your partnerships, but always invest at home. Put your funding into it. Okay. Let's see, where am I? I keep losing track of my slides. I should be on about slide 8. Let's jump forward here. Okay. Yeah, go back one. Okay. I encourage you to think positively about what you want. Don't just be negative about this problem, that problem. Somebody said this, somebody said that, but use your higher creative mind and think about what you really want. You know, think positively. And then work with people who have that like mind. Also do environmental planning. Without a plan, you're just chasing money. You're just writing a grant for this and a grant for that. Get a plan working with the elders, with the tribal council, because none of us know everything. We need to have that greater thinking that being part of a group brings to us. You know, we need people who say, yeah, that's okay, but it's not right. That sharpens our thinking. So do strategic planning, invest in that. Okay. All right, now the next slide. Okay, build your partnerships. You know, my dad used to say, our eye is blind to our own mistakes. And so it's good to have partners from outside. The universities, as you're moving into dealing with climate change, as you deal with any issue, are incredible. There are a lot of partners out there. So build your partnerships and take care of them. They can help you do what you want to do. The University of Alaska has incredible information to help plan for climate change. This is free. You know, anybody can request it, but also there's a lot of webinars. There's other ways to go. Okay. All right. So let's go on to the next slide. Okay. And work together. You know, the CTOR network is amazing because it's a connection of tribes. You know, the tribes did this. The agencies didn't do this. Sitka tribes stepped into a leadership position. They had support from Central Council, but the tribal staff are the ones that are out there doing the sampling, doing the collecting. There's no other network like this. This is amazing. There's nothing else like this in the nation or really in the world, as far as I'm aware. 30 years from now, 50 years from now, 70 years, 100 years, the baseline data that these tribes are gathering is going to be incredibly significant. This is an accomplishment to be proud of. And this is what happens, the power of working together. If one tribe was doing it, it would be one tribe. But this network is astounding. You could do this for solid waste. You could do it as Central Council has modeled for climate change. There's a lot of different opportunities. Work together. Even if you work just with your neighboring tribe, if you have to do a backhaul project, you can cut your costs, you can get more material, you can partner up. Find your friends and work together. Also, find your enemies and work together. My grandfather used to tell me that he'd go to these big political meetings and they'd fight all day, they'd hammer stuff out, and then they'd go out to dinner. And he'd say, at the end of the day, we remember that we liked each other. Remember that you like each other, even if you disagree. That's really important. Okay. All right, so let's go next. Okay, so an important thing is for funding, I'm going to touch on a few quick funding things. The Biden administration has been in the amount of funding that they have rolled out. Sadly, none of it is gap funding yet, but we have our fingers crossed. But there's so much funding for tribes. They're imagining that there will be over $50 million
and grant funding. So this playbook, and I've got a link in my presentation, I'll make sure I share it with everybody, will help tribes to access the funds that they need to access. Imagine there's so much funding out there that they put out a roadmap for it. It's amazing, but it's there. And so this is the time to start thinking about working together and working differently. Don't just leave it with the staff. Think about different approaches. Okay, next. The AFN Navigator program right now is really, really good. If you're not signed up for it, I really encourage you to sign up because they're giving information on accessing COVID resources, but they also talk about all other types of federal funding, and they're trying to streamline the processes. So sign up for their Navigator mailing list. Okay. Ray, can we scroll back about 3 slides to the one on the environmental justice back. Okay, one more. No, there we go. This is a big deal. I came down here with the specific mission of getting somebody in this region to apply for this. This is a big deal. EPA is partnering with DOE to fund 5 to 10 centers across the nation to support underserved communities. And these centers will help with grant writing training, with support to assist with navigating the federal systems. They can help to close the gap in funding that exists right now. This is a really, really big deal. And I would love to see an application come from Southeast. It could be catalytic. This could change so much for so many people. So I really encourage somebody to apply for this. Now, this is not intertribal consortia can apply, individual tribes cannot. So if there's a consortia that you work with, but also public and private nonprofit institutions can apply. So if, think about who this would be, but this is a historic opportunity and could be significant for the region. Okay. All right, so let me think, where am I at here? Let me gather my thoughts. Okay. Let us go forward to the slide that is about slide 14. Okay. No, back one more. One more. Oh, I didn't put it in there. I'm sorry, I have version problems here. I put in a link to, I call it version creep, where you've got different versions creeping around in your email, muddling the water. I had a slide in there for the University of Oregon's climate change program, and they do a nice funding guide. But the other thing that they have there is they have a list of scientists who are working on different issues. They have funding, and they also have examples of quality assurance project plans, which are a way to do the science that meets agency requirements. They also have models of climate change adaptation plans and vulnerability assessment. So it's a really good slide. I'm really sorry I don't have that slide, but believe me, it was an excellent slide. Okay, next, go forward. Okay, we have also developed in Region 10 a climate change funding page and a climate change page. So just kind of keep your eye on that. We're changing it all the time. I'm always dropping resources in there. We have so much information that comes through our email every day. It's a challenge to keep up with it. But if you find a couple of good sites and you read through them, you'll get a lot of good information. But this is a good one, so I encourage that. And next slide. Ta-da! That's it. So that is the end of my remarks. I will do a GAP 101 on Friday that's going to get down nitty-gritty into the reporting deadlines and what we're looking for, all of that 101 really basic stuff. But I wanted to give you guys kind of some high-level pieces to think about. And I guess my key messages here are
to invest in training, to look at developing like grant specialist roles within the tribe, where you have somebody who is who keeps track of deadlines, who helps with grant writing, who supports the budget work, you know, and to have somebody within tribal administration who does that work. You know, there's indirect cost rates. Why don't you put somebody in there who is the tribe's grant manager and put that in, or the tribe's grant writer? Even half the time would be fine. They could partner with the staff and mentor staff as they work on developing applications, work together. But writing grants is not a one-person activity. It can be, it should be a team of people. Finance office should look at the budget. The council should look at the work plan, be sure it fits up with what they're doing. A good grant is written by a team of people. It shouldn't just be on the shoulders of one person. Okay, so those are my messages for you going forward. But I think that opportunity for the center under the environmental justice program is really significant and could be very helpful for the region. Just a quick note, the environmental justice program is expanding exponentially. There's going to be money for environmental justice work in a way that I have never seen before. The EJ grants that I've seen have been small, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, which is enough to do some good work. But they're bringing on like a whole new staff. They're bringing on 6 people in Region 10. They have a big budget. And so we're expecting that this administration is going to do a lot of their work through the environmental justice program. So keep your eye on that. Tribes have an uneasy relationship with environmental justice. I've had some tribal leaders who have said, we're sovereign. We do not fit in environmental justice. I understand that. It's a complicated conversation. I'm just telling you, this is where the resources are going for this administration. So it was a pleasure to be here with you. I'm really happy to see everybody. And I will open for questions. Well, hearing none, Gap 101 on Friday. See you then.
Okay, and I wanted to thank you, Michelle. And I also wanted to apologize to Victoria Johnson because I didn't open up space for comments or questions, and I see that she had to go. But I think, Ray, this is being recorded, right? Yes, it is. So in case anyone would like to say anything, I'll be coming around with the microphone. If there's any interest. Maybe not. Okay. Do we have any announcements before we wrap up? If you haven't got your raffle ticket, you should go get a raffle ticket. Okay.
All right. It's raffle.
It's raffle time. Get your tickets out. Oh, sure. Okay. There's no name on the back, so it's someone here. 628 0310. Yeah. Okay, another no name on the back, 6280316. Be back. Okay, another one in this room. 6280321. I'm gonna try and get someone on Zoom on the next one. We'll see. Oh, I did it. Okay, Amanda Riley. All right. What about, Bernadine? Yeah, Bernadine's here.
Thumbs up, Bernadine. Here.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, you won. Okay, 6280291. Okay, last one, 6280320. Okay, 6280348. Nice, all righty. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Valerie, for emceeing this afternoon, and thank you to Ruben for emceeing in the morning. Thank you to our presenters. There were some great presentations today, some great conversation. I know I have a lot of questions that I want to ask of the presenters, but we didn't want to take up too much time. And I appreciate those presenters who are flexible in adjusting their time as well. We look forward to tomorrow, a round full of presentations for the last day, and then going into Guardians discussion on Thursday, and then the Sea-Tour workshop Friday. Our doors open at 8 o'clock, so feel free to come in whenever you guys want. We will start tomorrow on time at 9. No, not weather permitting. No. Sorry, just kidding, Robin. And really quickly also, while we did some introductions with our staff, Tlingit and Haida, we do have 2 that were online that could not join us this week. And I just wanted to give acknowledgement to Kenneth Weitz, our natural resource specialist. He is responsible for drafting our climate change adaptation plan and the climate assessment as well that many tribes have used, including Sitka. And thank you for giving a shout out to the tribe earlier. And as well as to Irene Lampy, who was here earlier, but is no longer on. Again, thank you guys very much. Enjoy your evening and stay dry. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good show, gang. Hey, did you hear that?
What, Kenneth?
I was just wondering if you heard that. Good show today, guys.
Yeah.